I'm going to call the meeting to order. It's the City Council meeting of March the 6th, 2023. Will you please call roll, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Burt?
Here.
Mayor Koo?
Here.
Councilmember Lowing?
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Here.
Councilmember Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Here. Here.
And Councilmember Vinker?
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you. Our first item is special orders of the day. We're going to adopt a resolution honoring Roland Rivera for 21 years of service to the city of Palo Alto.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Waite, Director for Planning and Development Services. Thank you for the opportunity to take some time on your agenda this evening to honor and recognize a veteran to our nation and 21-year employee to the city of Palo Alto. Roland Rivera worked in the Planning and Development Services Department. He started his career as an associate planner and worked his way up through various positions, retiring last week as the senior business analyst overseeing the city's data analysis and technology team. Roland was a valued public employee. He often worked in the background, and his impact, though, was felt by many, including those who may have used the city's online property parcel reports, checked on the status of an application through Building Eye, or pulled a building permit during the pandemic. He's the one who helped us get that whole system online. I say he does it. He will tell me that he had a bunch of people helping him with it. He's very kind. He's a little quiet, but his dedication to his work, his commitment to this organization, and the support that he has for his team has never been questioned. I know I speak for everybody in the Planning and Development Services Department and many in the organization when I say he will be missed. And Madam Mayor, I think he would like to come up at the appropriate time, either after the resolution, just to say a couple of words. So I'll defer to you on that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Late. If it's okay, Mr. Rivera, if we can give you the resolution first, if we may read it first. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Mr. Rivera's over there. Thank you.
Mayor Koo asked me to read this resolution, which she has signed, and I'm happy to do so, having benefited from you for 6 years on the Planning Commission and your work that you've done over there as well. So this is expression of appreciation to Roland Rivera upon your retirement. Whereas Roland Rivera began his career with the city of Palo Alto on July 2nd, 2001, and has provided exemplary service throughout his 21-year tenure. And whereas Roland Rivera has enthusiastically served the citizens of Palo Alto for over 2 decades, supporting planning and development services and leading the department-wide transition of data and technology efforts. And whereas Roland Rivera began as an associate planner, supporting long-range planning for almost 18 years, and contributed to the development and adoption of 3 city housing elements and 1 comprehensive plan. Wow. And whereas Roland Rivera developed the City of Palo Alto GIS parcel report and was awarded the 2007 Innovative Use of Technology Award. And whereas Roland Rivera implemented Building Eye and the 311 CRM system to further customer service. And whereas Roland Rivera built the data group within Planning and Development Services and has mentored and trained a knowledgeable and reliable team. And whereas Roland Rivera was instrumental in providing continuity of services to the planning and development community through the implementation of the online permit system at the start of the pandemic. And whereas Roland Rivera is recognized by his peers and city staff for being a dedicated, knowledgeable, conscientious, dependable, and supportive team member. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the city of Palo Alto hereby gratefully records and extends its sincere appreciation to Roland Rivera for his dedication and excellent services rendered to the city this day of March 6, 2023, signed by Mayor Ku.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor Ku, City Council members. I just wanted to thank my wife and my family who's here to support me. They've been supporting me throughout the 21 years here in the city, through the long planning commission meetings and the early morning city council meetings, throughout the three housing elements and the comprehensive plan amendment. Just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to contribute and be a part of the city of Palo Alto and be a part of the community. Thank you so much.
Do we have any public comments? Do I need to pick public comments? You don't think so? Yeah, I would like to invite Mr. Rivera and Mrs. Rivera here to the council, so we can all do a picture together. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Now we're going to go to our second item, special orders of the day, which is selecting applicants for interviews for board and commission openings on the Historic Resources Board, Human Relations Commission, Parks and Recreation Commission, Planning and Transportation Commission, and Utilities Advisory Commission. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do a brief one. I just wanted to let the council know, because we have some new council members in 2020, the city council changed the process for appointing boards and commissions. They adopted an ordinance establishing a 2-term limit so that any commissioner or board or commission member can only serve 2 consecutive terms. And with that, they also decided to do a consolidated recruitment period that would, all the new terms would end March 31st, and the old terms would end March 31st, and the new terms would begin April 1st. So we started this, and typically it had been multiple times throughout the year. So this is our first round since the ordinance took effect in 2020. This is our first round doing a single recruitment for the year. We started doing our advertisements in January. We put advertisements in the paper. We send out several digital notices through different distribution lists in different departments. We've reached out directly to community-based organizations or any organizations we could find in Palo Alto that might be interested. We received a record number of applications, which is pretty exciting. But I just wanted to talk to you about the process of appointment. It's still quite vague. We're supposed to advertise for the openings. We're supposed to collect the applications until the deadline. Then when those that are received, we agendize for you at your next regularly scheduled meeting. And then you have the opportunity to review the applications and make final selection and appointment. It doesn't specify any more in detail what you need to do. So are the openings that we have. We're soliciting applications for 5 different commissions, the Historic Resources Board. We have 3 positions that are open. We received 3 applications. Human Relations Commission, we have 2 positions and 5 applicants. Parks and Recreation Commission, there are 4 open positions and 18 applicants. Planning and Transportation Commission has 3 positions, 11 applicants, and the Utilities Advisory Commission has 4 positions and 18 applicants. The asterisk was because we had 1 applicant who had applied for 2 different boards and they withdrew their application from the UAC. So in the packet, it says there were 19 applications, but there are actually only 18 under consideration right now. Some of these are for expired terms, but there are also people who submitted resignation notices. We also decided to recruit for those as well. That's why there are some additional positions open. Just wanted to, and then as far as your options, what we've agendized for discussion tonight is selecting the applicants that you would like to interview and review for these positions. There are, again, the municipal code is very vague in how you can do that. So here are some options of how you can proceed with reviewing all of these. For the last several years, the city council has chosen to interview all applicants. But this year, since you have 56 applications, it might be kind of time consuming. In addition to all your regularly scheduled meetings, it might be quite burdensome. So you can choose to interview all. You can choose tonight which applicants you'd like to select. You can refer this to the council appointed officer committee if you'd like that committee to interview all or a selected amount of applicants, and then they can make recommendations back to you as a council. You can propose an ad hoc committee or even multiple ad hoc committees, maybe one specific for each of the position or the boards that are open, to interview all or selected applicants and then make recommendations back to the council. These are some practices that we've seen in other cities. It's quite common to do an advisory body or in a ad hoc committee to do the interviews and then make recommendations to the council. That's what many cities in California do. Palo Alto, we do a lot of things different according to what we see the needs of our community to be and what our council decides. So I'm here to answer any questions about the board and commission process, but this decision is up to you tonight.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to commend you on the number of applicants that you have received. You know, obviously your outreach was quite robust. And I just wanted to also mention with the Council CAO Committee, Madam Attorney, if you can kind of explain between the Council CAO Committee and the Ad hoc Committee, what are some of the restrictions and what other areas we are?
So the council, thank you, Madam Mayor. The Council CAO Committee is not described in your municipal code, but it is a formal committee that's been created by council and has continuing jurisdiction, and that makes it a Brown Act body. So if the council, the city council could add to its assignments and give that committee some of this work, but that committee will need to do its work at a noticed and open public meeting. There's not a basis to go into closed session for the purpose of selecting commission board and commission members. If the council were to create an ad hoc committee with the limited purpose of addressing this large volume of applications this year, then you would have a choice to either direct that ad hoc committee or committees meet publicly, or they could meet informally, and they would not need to be at a noticed meeting, nor would they need to be physically present in the room. They would have more flexibility in terms of conducting their work, doing their work on Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Is there any public comments?
No, there are no requests from the public to speak.
Thank you. In that case, we'll bring it back to council for questions or considerations or even moving it. Councilmember Byrd.
I actually think Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes was up first, so go right ahead.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Why, thank you, sir. I just have I think an informational question or a procedural, I'm not quite sure, but it has come to my attention numerous times that the Human Relations Commission is feeling overworked and hoping that they will have their numbers increased by 2. I think they're at 5 now and they want to be 7. And I'm wondering at what point in the order of things would council consider the possibility of increasing the size of the HRC. that's my question. Thank you.
So that's a topic that council could take up. It's not on the agenda today, and it would require an ordinance to do that because the HRC is described in the municipal code as a body with 5 members. So it's up to council. You can increase that to 7. It's not on today's agenda, so it would need to come back on a future agenda.
Can we also clarify if that is going to be by colleagues memo or through a referral? How will that work?
I think it could be through a referral tonight. If you wanted to make that referral again, I don't believe there's much analysis that would be possible from staff on that point, in which case it could largely come back for council consideration and decision.
Thank you.
I'm not sure how to make a referral being new to the council. So if somebody could advise me as to what to say to put that forward, I would appreciate it.
Will help when the time comes with the motion. Councilmember Burke.
Yes. So first, along similar lines of the last year, the council adopted a number of policy changes for appointment processes, and this is the first time we're getting to see the results of those. I had some concerns on a number of them at the time. One was this issue of cutting back on the size of a couple of the commissions that have really done a lot of their work through subcommittees, and having a smaller commission really curtails that possibility. Another that I've been concerned about on the Human Relations Commission for a good number of years is that, unlike a couple of our other commissions like ARB and I think HRB, it requires all commission members to be residents. So somebody who is a longtime worker here who may have valuable insights is ineligible to even be considered for the Human Relations Commission. And I know that we had one very valuable Human Relations Commissioner a number of years ago who had to resign from the commission, even though she remained extremely active in these areas in the city when she moved to an adjacent city. I also have concerns over whether the 2 consecutive terms is what we should apply across the board. And you look, for instance, at the Utilities Advisory Commission appointment or candidates, and we have only one out of the 4 positions that are up, only one is an incumbent. And I think that there may be other factors as to why there's that much turnover, but the loss of so much institutional knowledge at the same time creates a greener commission that really is going to have a harder time getting up to speed to make valuable recommendations to us. The other issue that I had concern with was stacking all the appointments up at one time a year. And there were some reasons why we wanted to make sure that a couple of the appointments were made by the new council. And they were really around the Planning Commission first, and then perhaps the ARB, where there needed to be a better alignment between the council and the commission. It's not a precise one in any way, but I think that there was an interest that there not have outgoing council members make the appointments of planning commissioners who would necessarily really be at odds with a council perspective, majority perspective. But that didn't mean all these boards and commissions had to be stacked up at the same time. We have 55 applicants. And we're really blessed to have so many capable people who want to apply to our boards and commissions, and not being able to even interview all of them is really discouraging for many people who are willing to step up in a meaningful way to contribute to the community. And yet trying to schedule 55 interviews in this time of year when we are leading up to the budget. So we have these ebbs and flows of our really calendar for the year. And I've been encouraging staff for some time to draft a template of the kinds of things that we have at different times of the year. It's not going to populate everything, but it lets us look at the scheduling to say, this is the light time of year. We should try to look at which discretionary things we can push into that time slot. And this time of year gets jammed up every year. So what we're leading into is the springtime. And the springtime in May and June were dominated by both the budget and getting things forward that are we're not going to be able to do during the vacation month. So we're moving a bunch of stuff forward, and May and June are crazy. And that means that then, because May and June are so full, March and April, we're trying to get stuff ahead of May and June because we know that's jammed up. And we've got this on top of all of it. So I don't think we can fix that at this point in time. We need to go forward with the way we've set it up. But I think that these are several different items that when what we should do on this referral is refer a revisit of the appointments. Then the last issue is how do we do screening or not? And as we haven't talked about how many minutes interview for each position so that we can do some calculations on that. My memory is that we've tended to go 10 minutes on Planning Commission. I'm not sure whether 15 on Planning Commission and 10 everywhere else. So do the math. That's a lot of hours or days of interviews. I would be still inclined for us to spread this out and go through that process. But at the same time, if there was a referral to another body, either an ad hoc or the CAO committee, I would recommend that whether it's legally obligated to do so or not, that those meetings be done in public. Because I don't think it's good practice for us to exclude people without transparency from that interview process. So that's a lot, but when we get going on the motion, I think we can actually simplify that referral by just asking for the procedures for a review of the procedures on board and commission appointments, and we don't have to stipulate what we're going to review. We can just make it simple when it comes to that. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of things I definitely already agree with. I agree and happy to include in the motion tonight expanding HRC from 5 to 7. Having previously chaired the HRC and been a member of that for a while, but 5 members makes little sense. All of these are volunteer commissions, and so much of that work is done in subcommittees of that commission. So I'm happy to include that tonight. I do agree with Councilmember Burt as far as referrals. I think a lot of this process needs to be refined. I think we're going to have a good learning opportunity right now to see what works, what doesn't work. Clearly, the volume of applications, I don't think it's what anyone ever expected or intended. It's a good problem to have, but moving forward, being able to have the full council interview all those applicants doesn't seem very seems very difficult to do and time consuming. I think a referral to policy and services, not only for what Councilmember Burt was discussing as far as timing of these applications and whether they should all be at one time is a good referral. I also think it would be nice to be able to maybe figure out if we can articulate standards for who may get an interview and who may not. I mean, I'm always kind of brought back to, if you're applying to a job, not everyone is going to get interviewed for that position. I understand this is a little different, but I do think there is maybe a potential chilling effect by making applicants go through this entire process. And I'm wondering, City Manager, could you share that anecdote that you shared with us earlier today in pre-council?
Well, actually, I think it was the city clerk. I'll
Oh,
share one
okay.
of my own, which is that oftentimes with personnel interviews, we've used what we call the rule of five, as in take the number of vacancies you have and interview no more than 5 more. But that's just a rule of thumb that might be useful. City clerk.
Yes, thank you for the question. So we did, as part of our process, we also reach out to the previous applicants from the last round of interviews and see if they're interested in this application process again. The most recent interview process that we had, not one single person wanted to re-interview. And we were given the impression, based on some of their comments, it was they had submitted their application, they took the time to do the interview, and they were rejected. And so they were not really as excited about serving or throwing their name in the ring again.
Great. Thanks for that. So I do think we want to balance. I understand respecting applicants who take their time to apply, but also respecting, I mean, when we have 18 applicants for 3 positions, not everyone's going to get appointed. If I was in their position, I wouldn't want to have to go through an interview process and have go through the stress of preparing for it and the time commitment, just if I never really had a chance. I think we have an opportunity here to be able to winnow those applications down. I think that serves us. I think that serves them. Again, I think that should be something maybe Policy and Services addresses. I think going forward tonight, I like the suggestion of one of these ad hoc committees, and I'm interested in having a discussion tonight, figure out maybe what's the best way. Is it the full council, we kind of split up and having 2-3 members take on different commissions, do the interviews for all those, come back with recommendations for the full council. That way it'll all be recorded and the full council is able to review those and be encouraged to review all those before the time of a vote. I think that seems like a good use of our time, or if there are council members who are interested in interviewing all 56 applicants, that'd be quite that'd be a lot of time. But so I think an ad hoc would be the way to go tonight for this and learn our lessons from how many applicants we've had, and hopefully Policy and Services can come back with a better process in the future. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, may I interject for just a moment?
Yes.
So the noticed item for tonight is the selection of applicants for board and commissions. So your discussion of process to do that work is appropriate under this item. Some broader ideas have been raised. They really are not, they can't be for action tonight and not even for a full discussion. So we really should notice a subsequent item that informs everyone that council's interested in talking more broadly about the board and commission process, including when applications will be entertained, the size of various board and commissions, and any other ideas that council members have on this topic.
So, Madam Attorney, so would the referral be something that we can do tonight, or is it going to have to?
So I think so.
return?
Just in chatting with the city manager, we can, at the staff level, having heard from council that there's interest in discussing these issues, we can find a time on the agenda. That will be the challenge. So what I would envision is that there's a parallel process here where you're going to do the current work that's before you, that's noticed for tonight. And then there would be a future item on this topic that would allow for a broader discussion for changes going forward.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, thanks very much. I also want to join in the congratulations to the city clerk and staff for having creating such a great problem for us. Clearly the word got out, and that's what we wanted, was the word to get out and broadly. And now we'll deal with it. I think the fundamental problem of trying to screen out at this point, which is of course absolutely typical in everywhere in business, is that for a number of these jobs, not something like ARB, which has specifics around architects and so on, there are actually no qualifications. So, and most of them, it's just residency. So I'm not sure how a third party would be able to kind of fairly go through that and say, well, this one has residency and this one has residency, but maybe they haven't done what, because there's no job description. So I'm concerned about that unless we could get a unanimous opinion on that of this body, because what I fear is that someone say, that one doesn't look too good, let's screen them out. And maybe I've spent 10 years with that person, I'm exaggerating, obviously, and really know the person and would like to argue the case or something. So I would like to have somebody figure out a way around that, because I've thought about that one a lot and I can't figure it out, because it would be somewhat arbitrary given that there's no actual qualifications. At this point, having not heard all my colleagues yet, I think this going and doing them step by step in sort of a stack, some now, some the following week, some the following week, whatever the right cadence is, makes some sense. Because I also think that the implication was, maybe not the promise, but the implication was that they would all be getting interviews. So I hate to pass that, change that at this point. And if we do that, I would suggest that we start with what I'll call the gap areas. For example, UAC now already has had 3 commissioners leave as of the last meeting. So they're down by 3 and making decisions going forward for this month, at least with only 4 left. So I think we should do it. We should do it that way with gaps. PTC has 1, others might have, and then we could prioritize it like that. I would definitely suggest that we include HRC as part of essentially current business, because that will determine how many we interview and then select. So I would be supportive of Councilmember Lithgow Hames' suggestion there. Thank you.
Any other before I go? Councilmember Pinker.
I just had a question. So I know sometimes people will submit applications and then self-select out. Can anyone speak to historically whether that's a trivial number or a decent number such that we might not have 50 some by the time we actually interview them? So, because I don't know how early these lists were made public, but if I were on a list of 18, I might think a little differently than if I were on a list of 3.
I can speak to my experience. It's typically only a small handful of people who withdraw their applications. So maybe 1 or 2 usually. I've been here for 3 recruitments here in Palo Alto, and I can't think of any time it exceeded 2. And that was for the total recruitment. So, so far, these were published on Thursday evening, and we've received 1 withdraw.
Okay, I don't see any lights. I just want to say that, in the past, I have just appreciated anybody who had submitted an application. And so I just have always thought it was worthy to hear from them and actually interview. So I've always advocated for interviewing everybody. At the same time, I do see that this is a large number, and I appreciate everybody's application here. It's interesting to read a lot of the application notes and so forth that everybody submitted. I will say that I would support Councilmember Lowing's suggestion of seeing which ones are of more urgency. My understanding also is that March 31st is the expiration of many of their terms. And so at that point, there might be even more vacancies. So for some of these, we do have to get moving on it. And so I would be in favor of the CAO committee going forward with the interviews. But also looking forward to hearing from my colleagues. Councilmember Burt.
Yes. So when there was a first discussion of a referral to a committee, I was assuming that that was a referral to screen and reduce the number of candidates that we'd actually interview, as opposed to conducting the interviews on behalf of the council as a whole. And I'd be hesitant for being a member of the CAO committee. I don't think it would be right for the CAO committee to do the interviews on behalf of the council as a whole. And I do have a question on this suggestion that we would move forward with increasing the size of the Human Relations Commission this time. We can't act on that tonight, correct?
That's correct. I think with the thought that you might do that, you could, when you do your interviews, designate a couple of alternates. And then if the council subsequently increased the number,
Well,
You
and
could
could
draw.
we even tonight refer it to come back to the council as an agenda item on consent and just speed that up and get it in 2 weeks? Just simple action.
I suppose if a majority of council is supportive of that, this is unlike almost everything you do. Let me start again. This, among all of your tasks, is really the council setting up its own structure for getting advice and counsel from groups of residents, and you have a lot of discretion over it. So there's some aspects in which that's a little bit cutting corners, but why don't we move forward with that if a majority of council supports that idea?
Got it. And then lastly, with these terms that would be ending for a number of commission members on March 31st, there have been times in the past where we asked current commissioners if they would be willing to carry on an extended period. What council action would be required for that?
Actually, I think Madam Clerk can answer that.
Yes, I believe it's written in the code that says the commissioners, they serve at the pleasure of the council. So technically, and if their term is expired, but the council has not yet appointed a successor, they can continue in their term to serve until you appoint them. However, we have received notice from some of the commissioners that they are waiting for their term to end and they don't wish to extend it.
Right.
So they are anticipating you.
We don't have all that info. We do know that on the UAC, we actually have some commissioners who have either moved away or otherwise and are not eligible, and that goes into the prioritization of which board we would want to interview first. But I think we could have some combination of this that would give us more time. I mean, boards and commissions will frequently function short a member or two, but how do we minimize that in the next couple of months is our challenge. So I think we need to know the answer to this, which board or commission has members who would be willing to extend their terms another month or so. And then I guess I'm okay. Well, I could go either way on whether to have the whole council do all interviews or refer a screening of who would get in-person interviews, refer that to the CAO committee. But I wouldn't support the CAO committee interviewing on behalf of the whole council. So I don't know. I'll let others make that motion because I don't know where that consensus lies. But that's where I'm coming from.
Councilmember Burt, help us understand when you say the screening process, what do you see that process to be like?
It would be that the CAO committee would review and the council could give guidance tonight on to what extent to narrow it, or the council could say, give the discretion to the CAO committee to look through the candidate pool and basically recommend interviews of those candidates who they believe meet the qualifications that are expected. And respecting what Councilmember Lowing had said, that in some of these boards and commissions, we have less clear qualifications than others. But I think we have a sense of if someone has no background to speak of in an area and the application doesn't really give a compelling reason why that person's considered, we may not choose to interview that person at this time. One last comment on this issue of concern when people interview and they may feel discouraged. I think that is our obligation to really try to convey to folks that we truly not only value their application, but we've viewed them, many of them, as very qualified candidates, and we had to choose between qualified candidates. And I recall a number of occasions where somebody was appointed on a second or even a third application, but more often a second. I was really glad to see them back because I had expressed to them, I hope you will apply again. We've got 5 great candidates for 3 spots. And fortunately, some of them did. So I do want to make sure that we don't lose people's interests because they're misreading that. And I hope that they would understand the process, that just because, and often, they're an unknown and we have great candidate pools and not everybody can get appointed that time. And I would expect that they would, most of them would understand that if it's really explained to them. Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so first of all, I just want to say thank you to the clerk for doing such a great job in recruiting. I think that's awesome. It's good to have this problem, and I hope you do it more often. So I would not be in favor of having a separate committee interview only. That doesn't make sense to me. I also don't think the separate committee should only select 2 interviews because it's effectively almost doing the same thing. What I would be in favor of is having us each getting a certain number of votes to say who we want to interview, and we interview those. So it's very simple, or we interview everyone. And then the last thing here is I think the HRC increase makes sense. I voted against it originally, and I still think it was the wrong decision to decrease it. So I would support that as well. Thanks.
Councilmember Lithcott-Heems.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Tanaka, could you clarify and explain further your suggestion about how we might go about processing this as a whole? I tend to agree that I'm not in favor of the CAO doing a screening or certainly not a full vote. I would rather see all of us participate in all of this. Obviously, if we'd had 200 applications, we would have to have some screening process. We seem to maybe be at the upper limit of what's tolerable. So could you further explain your notion of how we would each weigh in, the number of votes we would each get, how we would ensure fairness whilst creating a system that is more efficient than everybody being interviewed by everybody? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. So so basically, for each slot, there's a certain number of open positions. So maybe there's a certain number of positions plus, maybe up to 50%. So basically, we can each of us select people on the list. We've all had a chance to look at the applications, right? And so we can all select someone that we think is appropriate, and the clerk should go through and then pick those. And we'll probably will out people that don't have any support from any of the council members. So so basically the idea is each of us have for each of these positions a certain number of votes, and we basically if we did tonight, we could check off on this paper here and hand it to the clerk, and then we're done, basically.
If I may, I feel like we're having a back and forth here. Is it all right, Madam Mayor, if I just ask a follow-up?
Yeah, but our time is coming up, so I would like to ask for you to wrap it up on your back and forth.
Thank you. So if I'm understanding correctly, the clerk would let us know if an applicant received no votes, and they would be, that would be the termination point of their application, but anybody receiving at least 1 vote, are you suggesting would be interviewed?
Yeah, correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not visualizing that process very well. But I would entertain a motion if there is one.
Okay, I'll make the motion. So the motion is that we use this sheet of paper tonight to select. So let's use the HRC as an example. I think there's only 3, clerk, if I'm correct, there's 3 slots open and 3 applicants. Okay, so this one basically, we would have each of us have up to 3 votes, right? Because there's only 3 people. So that's simple. HRC, there's what, 4? Is that right, clerk?
Yes, for 5 members, 5 applicants.
5 applicants, and how many people?
2 positions.
Okay, so then basically each 5 applicants and 3, 2. Okay, so then each of us would have like 3 votes. So each of us would mark down 3. use our pen and just mark it on the sheet and then hand it to the clerk, and then we're done. And then the clerk would tell us who didn't get any checks, basically. So it's basically 50% more than number of openings. So if HRC there was 2, then we each have 3. If something has 4, that means each of us have 6.
So Councilmember Tanaka, why don't you go through with us right now through your motion?
Okay, so the motion,
say
the motion
3.
is we have that we,
Start with Human Resources Board.
yeah. So basically we have 3, just each of us has 3 votes. So that makes it simple. HRC would be 3 votes as well, because I think there's 2 openings. PRC, how many openings are there?
Might
PRC.
note, sorry, Councilmember, that with the HRC, since we're talking about increasing
Oh,
the
yeah.
size, so
Okay,
that would
that's
make
true.
it, I think,
So-
actually
so-
5.
Yeah, so 5.
So there'd be 4 potential positions available. So you would interview all 5.
That's right. Okay, that's right. Yeah.
So even though that we haven't referred it or voted on increasing, we can still go ahead and interview for more.
You can do as many interviews as you want. yes.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, and then PRC, how many slots again? Opening 4. Okay, so that means each of us has 6. 4, so 50% more. So 50% of 4 is 2. So 2 plus 4 is 6. So each of us would have 6, and then PTC, there's how many? 3. Okay, so God, it's a little bit hard. So let's be generous. So let's say 5 votes. We'll round up. So 5 votes, and then UAC is 4. Okay, so then that's 6 votes. So we just tonight just check off the names. Each of us have a certain number for each of these slots. Check off, hand it to the.
Second.
Just a
Would you
point of
like-
Sorry, can I ask so how many votes was it for the PRC? Since there were 4 openings, would you want 8 applicants?
Yeah, so it's 50% more. So it'd be 6.
50
6.
50% more.
Yeah, and HRC because of.
Oh, I'm sorry, PRC, I apologize. So it'd be 6, yes, thank you.
If you'd like, I could go through it since I took notes. So for the Historic Resources Board, it would be all 3 applicants would be interviewed. For the HRC, all 5 applicants would be interviewed because there are 4 potential openings. For the Parks and Recreation Commission, there would be 6 slots, or so to speak, 6, each council member would have 6 to pick. For the PTC, the Planning and Transportation Commission, it would be 5. And for the Utility Advisory Commission, it would be 6.
Madam Clerk, I think Human Relations Commission is 5, correct?
It's 2 openings and 5 applicants, so yes,
So it'd be all applicants would be interviewed.
thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Byrd?
Yes, I might be receptive to the process, but I don't think I'd be receptive to doing it tonight because I didn't come prepared to make those calls. And if we adopted this process, I think we could expeditiously continue this item to the next meeting and then do this pretty expeditiously the next meeting without a bunch of debate. It would just be,
That sounds good to me.
pardon me, can't hear you.
It sounds good to me.
Okay. Councilmember Lowing?
Yes, basically, I was going to say the exact same 3 sentences as Councilmember Burt. Although if we're going to err, I would rather err on the side of a bit more. So those last 3, to add a little bit more so we have more selectivity would be preferable. That's all.
Do you have a suggestion and see if the maker and seconder would accept?
Well, doesn't PTC, for example, did you say 18 or 19?
PTC,
There's
there
11
is
11 people.
11 applicants.
11. Yeah. So I think I'd probably go up to 7 for that and probably I don't know UAC, but there's a
wait.
bunch of UAC as well.
Let's see if he accepts it first.
I was just going to finish, but go ahead.
Do you want to make some definitive recommendation in terms of numbers?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
What exact, how many exactly? So 7 for PTC and how many for UAC?
Probably 8
8.
instead of 6.
So, you know, the UAC has 19 and the PTC has 11. So I think if we, because under the system, basically, it's not whoever gets a majority vote, it's if anyone gets a vote. So there's a chance that everyone's going to get we're not going to reduce anyone if we do it this way. So that's my only concern, is that we're not going to, the list is going to stay, it's going to be 11 still, basically. That's my concern. But I don't know if the seconder has thoughts.
Well, I share that concern. I wanted to clarify for Councilmember Lowing, in case there's a misunderstanding. We're not saying that we will only ultimately interview 6 for PRC and 5 for PTC. We're just giving ourselves that number of votes. So it is quite possible that a number of people are going to receive votes, and we're not going to end up winnowing it down very far. So I am comfortable with the numbers as they currently stand.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I like this motion. I think it's a good way to winnow down the applicant pool. I'm wondering, City Clerk, process-wise, is it possible that we can, the way in which we vote for applicants through the Google form or whatever, is it possible to just get that through the week? We put it on consent next Monday saying, here's the results.
Absolutely. I just conferred with the city attorney, and the council can submit their suggested names to me directly outside of the meeting, and we will publish it on the agenda packet on Thursday. If I could get the answers, if I could get all submissions from everyone by Thursday.
Great. And maybe that should be helpful to include that in the motion so we're all crystal clear on our own deadline.
I believe, does the city clerk mean by the end of day Wednesday in order to get out on Thursday?
Yes, that would be very helpful. Yes.
Or could it be at 8 a.m. on Thursday, or whatever the preference is? But since production actually happens on Thursday, we wouldn't want to push it too far.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, so does that, okay, thank you, Madam Clerk.
And also, I know the council knows this, but so the public is aware that those names, the suggestions from each council member will be published. So that will be public.
Councilmember Byrd.
Yeah, just one other thing I've been struggling with is whether the threshold to be interviewed should be a single council member or should it be 2 that supports that interview. And I just want to toss that out there. This is a new process we're thinking about. So I'm not clear in my own mind, but I want to put that on the table.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I actually thought about that too. I don't know, actually. I think we will get the data and we will see. And there's a chance that we may have too many, but we also may find that we have too few. So I think this is okay. This is a little bit more laborious on our side, a little bit more time on our side, but I think it's a little bit more cautious than having a higher bar. And that's why I recommended this versus 2, because I did think about that as well. Should there be some sort of threshold? But I think because this is a little bit new, we could keep it a little bit more generous now. And if we find we have too many, then maybe we ratchet it up a bit.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think because we lack information, we can't answer this question right now. So I would suggest that if we could ask the clerk to give us the results of numerically how many candidates received at least 1 vote and how many received at least 2 votes. And then we'll have a sense of how much we've winnowed it by going with the 1 vote versus the 2. I think that's a decision we make subsequently once we have those data.
For clarification, I think the motion was, oh, perhaps it wasn't stated. I thought I heard that it would come back on consent, in which case, let's say if you picked one, if you're, as the council is good with that conclusion, it would stay on consent and proceed. On the other hand, if after you review the consent calendar, you're thinking perhaps you should raise the bar, then we'd have to pull it off of consent, have a discussion, and then potentially change that threshold.
If I may just suggest that since this is the first time we're doing it this way, perhaps having it on the action agenda might be the way to do it. And really, if there is no comments or disagreements with what is being proposed when it comes back, we should just be able to approve it. Right?
I'm okay with that.
Is there any comments further on this?
Just a question.
Yes, sir.
When you say approve it, you mean approve the list of those who we are going to interview?
Mhm.
Okay.
So fast action item.
To the choices.
So we're kind of testing the process and making
Yeah.
sure that works out.
I think that works.
Do you have any comments, city manager?
No other comments. I think that's clear.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Just one question. Were we going to add to this motion the expansion request for the HRC so that that could come back quickly?
Yeah, actually, we forgot about that. Yeah, can the clerk add that too?
We don't take the
Should be a
vote yet.
separate point, maybe. So I'll make that amendment officially.
I don't think the next meeting. Yeah.
Yep, that's great.
Will you accept that?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
I have a question for Madam Attorney. So, when it says an agenda is at the next opportunity, a first reading, so have we already determined that we are going to be going to 7?
No, the item will be, I imagine the staff report will be one paragraph long and it will just be an ordinance that deletes the word 5 and puts the word 7 there. And that will be before you for adoption. And I think the clerk is just shorthand doing the process, right? So you do 2 readings. So you'll do one, then it will come back on consent. And then that will be the reality after that.
Very good, thank you. Okay, now we can take the vote, please.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes,
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
thank you. And now we're going to go to item number 3, which is actually a closed session. It's a conference with labor negotiators. It'll be city manager and his designees pursuant to merit system rules and regulations. The employee organization is the Service Employees International Union, Local 521, Utilities Management and Professional Association of Palo Alto, Palo Alto Peace Officers Association, Palo Alto Police Management Association, International Association of Firefighters, Local 1319, Palo Alto Fire Chiefs Association. And yes, do I have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
It'll be Councilmember Vinker who moved and Councilmember Lowing who seconded.
Just to remind, public comment, please.
Any public comments?
No, Madam Mayor, there are no requests to speak.
Okay. Thank you. We can take the vote then.
Okay, Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
and Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you for waiting. I'm sorry that we're late. There's nothing to report from closed session. All right, we're going to go to our item number. I'm sorry, we're going to go to agenda. No, we're going to go to our study session. Item number 4, comprehensive status update and long-range planning discussions on the Palo Alto Airport. Staff, take it
Good
away.
evening, Mayor Koo and City Council. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. It has been 8.5 years now since the city took back the airport from Santa Clara County. And in that time, we've made some significant improving customer service and amenities at the airport and the airport infrastructure. So we're here tonight really to review the overall status of the airport, as well as to describe what we're calling the long-range facilities and sustainability plan process, essentially a type of master plan process that's required by FAA regulations and that we're about to kick off essentially. So I'm here tonight with Andy Swanson, our airport manager, and Kelly Moulton, who's a director of aviation with CNS Companies and is the consultant that's helping us with the planning study. So Andy and Kelly are both going to give part of the staff presentation, and I'm going to turn it over to Andy now.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. It's with pleasure to be in front of you tonight to talk about Palo Alto Airport. Just a brief kind of overview of history. The airport has been with Palo Alto for roughly 100 years, starting out at Stanford, transferring down to the Baylands area, originally the golf course, and now to where it is today. And then more recently, the city transferred the airport from the county back to the city in 2014. Since the transfer, the airport has completed major projects to the airport to assure safety and that the airport is in current standards, to bring those standards up, involving the future of Palo Alto Airport in the heart of innovation. And the next 5 years, the major changes in aviation, electric aircraft, opportunities for future funding, sustainability measures, and improving safety. Next slide, please. Just a brief kind of overview and understanding of what Palo Alto Airport, the role it plays. It's a reliever airport. Palo Alto is a general aviation airport. Its role is part of the national transportation system. It supports the GA traffic, relieving it from SFO, Oakland, and San Jose. Its role in relieving the operations at those major airports and spreading that around to make the system work as efficiently as possible. Next slide, please. So when we took the airport back, and even prior to that, the city's comprehensive plan for the airport and our role following that plan and guiding by the comprehensive plan. The goals L10 and 9, assuring Palo Alto Airport is an economic airport with minimal environmental impacts. We've worked really hard over the years since we transferred it back to follow those comprehensive plans and to align with the regulatory requirements federally that we have to follow. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of kind of where and situationally on the airport, and we have one runway, one taxiway. We have over 150,000 operations a year. Very, very challenging, and we're very lucky to have an FAA control tower, and it is one of the busier, more sought out assignments to work at. for the controllers to come there and then progress to larger airports like SFO, Oakland, and San Jose, or throughout the nation. Also on the slide here, we have the location of the hangars and the terminal building, which is on the other side of the airport. I bring that to your attention as that was one of the requests we had in the comp plan to relocate the terminal building back to the other side of the airport on the other side. Of the bill funding that's available to leverage that and looking into that into the future, short-term goals to meet that requirement. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, it's a very busy airport. We have, we're home to roughly 360 aircraft today. That changes and is really it's actually kind of came down a little bit because we have aircraft that are actually taxi through aircraft. So they actually turn one tie down off. So that's where the number is right now. We're pretty full up with that number with those aircraft. We have 5 flight schools, 3 maintenance shops, and 1 avionics shop. We're home to the Civil Air Patrol, which is a subsidiary of the Air Force. We also we have our airport association, who really is kind of the glue to the airport, the kind of the airport members and businesses. We also have a lot of medevac flights, Stanford Air Medical flying in and out. We also are home to Palo Alto DART. CalDART is part of the disaster airlift response team. And next slide, please. So current stakeholder engagement, community outreach as far as events. Now, COVID, we haven't had our airport day. We're working to do that again and bring that back to the airport. We've updated our website, ongoing collaboration with the public and the users, current airfield conditions, making sure everybody's aware. We have a noise abatement. It's a voluntary noise abatement procedure that's required. We monitor and file the reports when they come in from the public. We address that. We work with the Airport Association monthly to talk about how we can improve those fly friendly and things we can do to be better neighbors and in the community and address those concerns. Next slide, please. So future planning, as you've seen, there's been a lot going on at the airport today. Now let's focus on what's next for Palo Alto Airport. Short-term improvements. Okay, so one of the major efforts we're working towards, there's 2 fuel manufacturers that are working to bring 100 no-lead fuel to market. We're working with our current fuel providers and readying a tank, which has been a challenging process. We've worked with the tank companies to bring this tank up to standards so that it can have the new product in it. Its supply chain has actually kind of been the problem for getting that. We're looking to have that operational late May, fully functional this summer. With that, we have some really exciting news. We've been working with one of the 2 manufacturers who will be out later this week to talk to our user groups and talk about preparation for this and how they get their certificates for their aircraft to be able to burn these fuels. So that was kind of just something that happened last week. And so it's moving faster now, and we hope that 100 no lead will be available sooner than anticipated, and I'll know more hopefully even later this week. Moving on to the bipartisan infrastructure law, the bill funding, the opportunities there are very, very unique and really a generational opportunity that we could take advantage of, possibly even with relocating the terminal building with 95% funding. We're going to be looking into that and getting as much information as we can to align with that, so that possibility. Other opportunities will be looking for other infrastructure, electrical improvements. Zero emission vehicles is another part of the current focus federally is for airports to be as sustainable as possible with the current administration. So we're looking to take advantage of those opportunities. We put in for grants last year. We didn't make it last year, and we're anticipating this year we will be able to replace at least some of our fleet and continue to work towards that to get rid of our current vehicles at the airport to go to zero emission. Solar is another effort that we've been working on to get the infrastructure into the field to be able to take advantage of solar and charging stations for electrification and electric aircraft, which is not far into the future. There's actually going to be a electric training aircraft on the Capitol on the 28th of this month to illustrate the future of aviation. So sustainability has been a real focus that we've continued to follow the comp plan's guidance to bring Palo Alto Airport as sustainable as it can be. And now I'd like to go to next slide, sorry, please. So I talked about the sustainability and kind of stepped over on my slide. I apologize. The next slide after that, I apologize. Okay, so now kind of to the more exciting plan, at least from my point of view, is the future and what can we do? And I'd like to introduce Kelly Moulton from CNS Companies.
Thank you, Andy. As Andy said, I'm Kelly Moulton with CNS Companies, Director of Aviation there, and we're the on-call aviation planning consultant for the city. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So we're kicking off the Long Range Facilities and Sustainability Plan, or LRFSP, which is going to determine the needs of the airport for the next 20 years. And it's going to balance FAA rules, safety regulations, city, the comp plan, other things going on in the city with community input and stakeholder outreach. And that will determine the needs of the airport for the next 20 years. If you can go to the next slide, please. There's going to be lots of different things we're considering, and we're looking forward to engaging everyone here tonight and the public in the future to understand what else we'll be considering. But starting off, we know we'll be looking at the regional impacts of the Reed-Hillview Airport closure, what that means for Palo Alto Airport, sea level rise, which is very important, transition to carbon neutrality, as Andy just spoke of, some of the sustainability measures, eVTOL, electric vertical lift and takeoff, which is a new type of vehicle coming to aviation, the unleaded fuel initiatives, looking at that transition longer term, and then lots of public and community engagement as well. If you go to the next slide, please. So we're in the very early stages of the project, and we know a few things. We know that some of the concerns we've seen even just tonight from the community, understanding the history of the airport, documenting that. We know noise is a concern, lead is a concern, air quality is a concern. And then we know there's a lot of other great things going on at the airport. So we're at the very beginning of the process. We're looking to understand that, and that will inform what we're going to do in the planning process into the future. We're going to look for lots of community and stakeholder input as we refine this plan and go through the process. And it'll take overall 12 to 18 months as we step through the process. If you could go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 slides. Perfect. And then the next one. So what is the public engagement process? So we'll start out early looking for input on the plan, what we should consider. I just went over some of the things we kind of already know, but we're looking for refinement. We don't know everything, so we'd like the community's help to refine that. Overall, the process is 4 general phases. The first phase is overall environmentally, what there is at the airport, number of aircraft, things like that. So we understand what we have today. Phase 2 is developing a vision and goals for the airport. So not only what the airport can be or should be in the future, but also looking at sustainability and developing sustainability goals for the airport in alignment with the comp plan, with the city's goals and the regional sustainability plans as well. Then as a planner, the next phase is where things get interesting, which is requirements and alternatives. So that's working. And I should say that engagement and public input is throughout this whole process, and really looking at what the needs are of the airport, back to that vision and goals, and then what the alternatives could look like. And then the last phase is the recommended alternatives coming out of this process. So if you could go, I think one more slide, perfect. And with that, I'll let Brad kind of wrap up things here.
Okay, thank you, Kelly and Andy. Just wanted to note, Kelly mentioned the 4 phases of the planning effort in her last slide. Wanted to also note that we do plan to return to council during phase 3, which is when we'll have started to develop alternatives, but not have gotten too far down that road. We thought that would be a good check-in point with the council during this process. We don't have a really fleshed out schedule yet to define just when that would be, but we think most likely fall of this year. So with that, that's concludes our presentation, and we'll turn it back to the council.
Does council have any technical questions? If not, we're going to go to public comments. Madam Clerk.
There are a few more speakers, so I'll get them going in a minute. Our first speaker is online, and it is Natasha, followed by Jennifer Chang Hederly.
Hello, Palo Alto City Council. My name's Natasha. I just wanted to comment that I am a product of local Bay Area aviation and general aviation, and including at Palo Alto Airport. And it's just, the airport is just such an important resource. And I'm also very sad to hear that Reed Hillview actually is closing. But just to let you know, I was born and raised in the Bay Area, went to elementary, junior, high school here, went to Stanford University where I took a math and computer science bachelor's, and went into the Silicon Valley trade, first as a software developer and then into product management, product marketing, and alliance management. Living the tech life. And then when the dot-com bust came, I was able to take some time off and finally, after 17 years, get my private pilot's license, where I'd started the ground school during high school days, but I was didn't have the financial resources at that time for the flight training portion, which is the expensive portion. So got my private pilot's license at San Carlos Airport. Then my husband was laid off, and so returned back to work to keep the roof over our heads. Got my instrument rating at San Carlos while I was working. And then later on, he died, and I, continued to work in tech, but always had a dream. And eventually, after the layoffs of 2009, I was able to do a career change and went up to Sacramento Executive Airport, where I completed my commercial single engine certificate, and later then came back to finish my commercial multi-engine certificate at Palo Alto Airport. And then later on, finished my airline transport pilot certificate at Reed Hillview. And then now today, I fly the Embraer 175 jet for a regional airline, where it is the office with the best view. That's for sure. So if you can learn to fly in San Francisco, in Los Angeles, in New York, or Washington, D.C., where it's very complicated airspace, learning to fly under the class Bravo, you can fly anywhere. And that is simply one of the reasons why our local Bay Area airports are such an important resource. It is the best training you can get anywhere, which can prepare you to be able to fly in any airspace, no matter how complicated it is, because here it is the complicated part. So shout out to everyone in the aviation community who helped me along my journey, and let's keep Palo Alto Airport open and thriving. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Jennifer Chang Hederly.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is Jennifer Hederly, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Sierra Club's Bay Alive campaign. Bay Alive advocates both locally and regionally for preservation and enhancement of bay ecosystems and for community resilience to sea level rise. We have great interest in the Palo Alto Airport because of its proximity to the bay. The airport embodies both big vulnerabilities and big opportunities related to projected sea level rise, and it contributes to substantial environmental impacts affecting both people and nature. Tonight's presentation indicated that the long-range plan will consider economic resiliency, safety, and climate change, and it identified several long-range initiatives. We'd like to see resiliency for the natural environment also reflected in the plan's high-level goals, and of course, much more detail about what the various initiatives will entail and how you hope to strike the right balance among multiple goals. We look forward to engaging with the city as the planning process moves forward and are particularly interested in how you'll plan for sea level rise adaptation and wildlife management at the site. Please do include us in your stakeholder outreach. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Jennifer.
Landesman. Sorry, I didn't type in my full name and I was signing out. Good evening, Council. Tonight's airport staff report does not mention East Palo Alto or the word noise in the long-range initiatives. And the FAA circulars that staff mentions will guide the 20-year airport planning process are not linked. I wonder if this is because the FAA circulars about airport planning are half a century old, from the era of polyester and disco, the 70s. I know this because the FAA put airport planning policies out for comment last year. I commented line by line on documents that had not been touched since the 70s. What will your legacy be about the representations of impacts on people on the ground in this plan? Will it show that you did your job of planning with the FAA antiquity methods or with the 2023 big data and environmental tools and maps to understand and visualize airport impacts and operations? Also, without a council plan before the long-range facilities and sustainability plan, it seems you could end up only as a spectator, which these study sessions seem to be meant for you to not take action. I want to close with a comment card from a Palo Alto student to the FAA in 2016 about SFO noise. Quote, I go to a local school, parentheses, term and middle school, and I live in that neighborhood. I cannot sleep at night because of the loud planes. I'm always sleepy at school now. Please make my neighborhood quiet again. So the FAA and SFOs have still not addressed SFO's nighttime noise and do so by hiding behind FAA's outdated circulars and hiding the data that shows real impacts. I suggest that because Palo Alto moved the airport to the Embarcadero site to protect schools and people from noise, that the city has a responsibility to do better than SFO. I look forward to a session where you can take action to see how you can do this, how to do better. There are excellent models for airport planning from Europe, and also Palo Alto residents and scientists can help. Most of all, I want to see happen. If you say you will reduce noise, quantify this, because you can't say you're going to be green and do all sorts of things if you can't show what the baseline is and how you're going to reduce it, and exactly how you're going to count this improvement. Include that in this planning document. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Aram James.
So, I would have thought this would have been a perfect time to have a joint study session with the East Palo Alto City Council. They are the victims of much of the toxicity that flies over that area every single day, the noise pollution and accidents. And, we talk a big game with the Palo Alto City Council of wanting to reach out to East Palo Alto and mitigates the impacts of racism. But when you have the opportunity to do it, you look the other way. I recommend, and of course, this is never going to happen in my lifetime, the airport be relocated onto Stanford property. Can you imagine the screams from those elitists over there? My dad went there, so I have to include, myself in, sort of that legacy, unfortunately. But the point is, we want to get it near the Stanford Hospital. They do wonderful stuff in an awful place to do it. Meaning, the angel flights to bring injured people into the Stanford Hospital is extraordinary. But as other speakers have mentioned, we're ripping up the environment in East Palo Alto, the Baylands. We're doing all kinds of extraordinarily bad things. And Stanford, without 8,000 square acres and the brand new high-tech hospital over there, needs to do more. They could put a really state-of-the-art airport at Stanford University. Palo Alto could, partner with them on this, and they could do it. So we got to think out of the box. Let's close that airport down. Let's make it into soccer parks for the students, football practice fields where you can play flag football. Throw frisbees, be out there near the Bayland, enjoying the birds instead of these loud, hundreds and hundreds, as the earlier speaker for the city said, of flights every single day coming over there. And it just really spoils you. Anybody that has hiked out at the Bayland with any kind of consistency knows what a mess that makes of the Bayland and the noise and takes away from the joy of it. So let's do it now. Let's bring East Palo Alto over here for the next study session. Engage the people there as well. We don't want to continue to be the perpetrators of environmental racism with our neighbors in East Palo Alto. We got enough of other problems with our police being a leader in racist police practices in the area. Let's work together to stop this stuff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is in the chamber, Karen Porter.
Good evening. I'd like to address a significant downside of the Sorry, let's try it again. Good evening. I'd like to address a significant downside of the airport, which is the lead emissions generated by single engine piston aircraft, which is the vast majority of flights in and out of the airport. I'm encouraged by the city's actions to make unleaded fuel available, but I'd like to go over how we got here and what the city should do going forward. As the Environmental Protection Agency says, and we all know, lead is a highly toxic metal that is known to be harmful to human health. As the EPA also says, it's harmful to animals and plants. Since lead gas for automobiles was banned decades ago, lead emissions from So a few other pieces of data. The U.S. Code of Federal Regulations requires the Environmental Protection Agency to conduct lead air pollution monitoring at various locations, including specifically the Palo Alto Airport. On October 21, 2011, the nonprofit Center for Environmental Health filed a lawsuit against leaded aviation fuel suppliers, including Rossi Aircraft, which continues to sell leaded fuel at PAO, over their failure to warn individuals being exposed to lead as required by Proposition 65. In December 2014, this lawsuit was settled, and Rossi and other avgas suppliers agreed, among other things, to sell the lowest lead fuel that is commercially available, to warn residents living within a certain distance of the airport, and to post warning signs at the airport. So that was in 2014. I'd like to know what actions Rossi, if they completed those obligations and what they are doing currently. In the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, beginning in 2012, conducted lead monitoring at Palo Alto Airport and decided to extend it indefinitely because these results showed that lead concentrations exceeded 50% of the federal national ambient air quality standards. However, in December of 2014, after the city took over the airport, this monitoring equipment was shut down. To this day, monitoring has not resumed. In January 2015, the EPA published a summary of its full year lead concentration data measured at 17 US airports around the country. Palo Alto Airport came in as the third highest lead concentration. In February 2020, Palo Alto was expressly mentioned by the EPA in a graph showing how the number of piston engine operations correlates to the generation of lead emissions. On August 23rd, 2021, the environmental watchdog Earth Justice released a list of the top 100 lead polluting airports in the country. Palo Alto was at number 19. As the staff report notes.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Okay, but thank
I'll
you.
save it for the future outreach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is online, Carol Munch, followed by Tom Myers.
Hello, my name is Carol Munch, and I'm here representing Palo Alto DART, which is Disaster Airlift Response Team. We began having a chapter of the Palo Alto of the DART, California DART, in 2020. It was based on the beginnings in Reed Hillview and South County airports, with the need to have another means of helping in times of disasters such as earthquakes, fire, and floods, bringing supplies to areas where the road travel has been cut off. I just wanted to bring to your attention that this is our group's function, and we're in the early stages of operation. We have participated in 4 exercises, 3 of them bringing face shields and PPE to groups in the Bay Area and up to the fire in Eugene, Oregon, and 1 down to moving search and rescue dogs for an operation that was planned. And currently, right now, there are some members of our DART that are participating in the San Bernardino airlift. So this is something that really is something that the pilots in our community can do for members of other communities who have difficulties. And in turn, other communities could do something for us in the case of a disaster. So that's why we would like to continue to see the airport operating and to have increased input of funding and help with the airport in general. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Tom Myers.
My name's Tom Myers, and I am, I think, probably the happiest 40-plus year Palo Alto resident there is. And I'll tell you why, because you guys, you all are my heroes. Why are you my heroes? I will explain. 35 years ago, I wanted to learn how to fly, and I could do it right here in Palo Alto. And thanks to your continued support, 35 years later, I can still fly there. Reason number 1. Reason number 2 is I'm now privileged to help run the world's largest flying club. We have 60 airplanes, We have 40 instructors, we have 10 employees, and we put over $6 million a year into the Palo Alto economy. And you guys give us a home. Not only do you guys give us a home, but you give the confidence that we're going to have a home in the future, meaning that we can plan for the future, we can count on being there in the future. And third reason is a very personal one for me, and that's that over the years, I sadly watched the airport deteriorate under the control of the county. And 10, 15 years ago, when we had those floods, I briefly did not own an airplane, I owned a submarine. And I can't begin to tell you how disheartening that is. And over the last few months, we have had rain to beat all rainstorms. And I am proud to say that thanks to your support in the airport, there hasn't been one drop of water in my hangar. So on a personal note, as well as a professional note, thank you. You are my heroes.
And our final speaker is Bob Lennox.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. A brief history lesson. I learned to fly at Palo Alto before Tom in high school. I'm a Pali graduate. I know that you all know Supervisor Samidi, and he's a classmate of mine. And therefore, he decided that I would be a great member for the county's airport commission. I served for nearly 2 decades on that body. So I had a firsthand view of how the airport was treated as a stepchild. And with the help of Councilmember Burt, former Mayor Levy, and the rest of the airport working group, we managed to encourage the city to take back the airport. And thanks to Mr. Swanson's leadership, things are much, much better today. So I would also want to thank past councils, the present council, and future councils for support of the airport. We have, as Carol Munch mentioned, the DART, Angel Flights, Stanford Light Flight are all dependent on our airport. And thousands of pilots use our airport. I earn my living as a pilot. Classmates of mine are now retired airline pilots, but they all have roots at Palo Alto Airport. So it's an incredible regional asset. It's irreplaceable. And thank you again for your support. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're done with public comments. So shine your lights. Council members. Councilmember Burt.
Not because I needed to be first, but nobody else was going. So there are a lot of issues here to address. So I'll, on a kind of first go round, I'll hit a few of them. Back Advisory Commission. And I served on that as a planning commission representative, and we looked at the long-term prospects of the airport. That time the county owned the airport. It was really neglected. And we made a series of recommendations on how the airport could become financially sustainable. The county was losing money on it, and we saw a path to being able to generate enough positive cash flow to invest and reinvest and to do some really positive things there. But it would take the city taking over the ownership of the airport, which then took several years to happen. And that financial plan has really been a success since then. There was skepticism that, well, gee, the county's losing money and you're projecting that you're going to have positive cash flow. And lo and behold, we've been able to do that. Part of that plan, though, was reflected in a series of recommendations. And those recommendations really have been largely folded into the comprehensive plan today. And we have in our staff report a summary of well, more than a summary. We have the full sections that are pertinent, starting on packet page 13. And a lot of those are around how do we reconcile a series of values. The contributions that the airport makes to the community and emergency services and economic value, in value to many of our residents, with competing interests. And those included environmental interests. And we clearly had seen back in '06 that there were ways to transform the airport into a more sustainable entity. And we heard from staff tonight about some ways in which I would describe it as the airport could become more internally sustainable. And I think we need to look beyond that. How does the airport become, contribute to the sustainability of the community and the city as a whole? And so there are some ways that those are well aligned and some ways that we need to go beyond there. We had in '06 looked at the airport as a huge opportunity for solar arrays. The hangars, buildings, but also all the vast areas where planes are out in the weather and the sun, rain and sun, very expensive planes without even having awnings. And solar arrays can provide that dual purpose and generate revenue from that awning purpose. And I really look forward to us moving full scale on that. I believe that the airport, between the auto parking areas, the buildings and the hangars, and the tie-down areas that could have solar awnings, is almost for sure the largest solar opportunity on any city-owned land that is practicable in the city. And that would not just serve, and in my mind, not principally serve the airport itself, although it certainly can serve the airport. It is this potential to have a significant microgrid that would increase our resiliency and our reliability of our system, increase the reliability at the wastewater treatment plant should we lose power, other vital services. We're overdue to proceed aggressively on a large-scale solar plan for the airport. We also have this really important aspect of the leaded gas. And frankly, the FAA was at best remiss for decades, and at worst, really committing a serious environmental failure in not moving forward on eliminating lead from prop engines like they could. And what have we seen in the last couple of years? Largely because of pressure from airports in counties like Santa Clara County and the Reed Hillview Airport. This is all accelerating, and we've already gotten adoption on trainers, which I'd like to hear a clarification on what percentage of our flights would be the trainers and affected by what the FAA has already approved on leaded-free gas, and then what's the next steps. This could have been done decades ago. It's not the fault of our airport. It's not the fault of local agencies. The FAA really succumbed to industry pressures to not do what they could have done and should have done. And then we have the land use. And can we pull up slide number 5, I think it is. We're right now in a discussion on how do we have space adjacent to the wastewater treatment plant for environmental treatment processes and technologies that are carbon capture technologies. Oh, the one, I'm sorry, with the overviews. There we are. So if you see the runway there, so I was going to say that we have 10 acres that was set aside a decade ago. We're now in a debate whether to return 5 of those acres to parkland and keep 5 for the environmental technologies. The airport, as I understand it, was designed, and the levee system remains designed for a second runway, which was ruled out a couple decades ago. And yet the airport boundaries and the truly naturalized areas of the airport still capture the real estate for a second runway. And my estimate is that's the the area that could be returned might exceed 10 acres. And so staff, can you give us a little bit of update on, is there any reason why that area needs to be part of the airport? The area that was at one time really not just the area for the second runway, but the buffer zone beyond that area that goes from there to the levees.
So the area adjacent to the runway, it would be set back for safety. So,
but we need safety. If we had 2 runways, we would need a safety buffer. So that buffer, that space included the space for the runway and the safety, right?
Correct. And today's standards and the standards then, and so during this study, we'll be able to look at that and see, because I know some of the setbacks are larger, so there is more area needed for safety now than before. But to tell you exactly how much, I can't tell you right now, but I can tell you that the study will look at that and be able to come back to you and illustrate that.
Well, that shouldn't be a hard number to get. I'd like to hear that before the study's complete. That's readily available information.
We can run the reports and illustrate that. It's all, it's basically a CAD program.
Okay. Yeah. So I wanted to put that on the table. I have a number of other things that I want to share, but I'm over on my time for right now.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone, do you want to go first? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So following up on this, the issue of the unleaded fuel, the airport's on track for offering unleaded fuel by May of this year. Is there plans to ban unleaded fuel anytime in the near future? Sorry, ban leaded fuel in the future.
I understood the question. We don't currently have plans to ban leaded fuel.
And reasons for that, because I understand other airports have, is my understanding correct? And so why is that not a part of the plan?
Essentially because of FAA requirements that preclude us from doing that. Our local airport that's done that is Reed Hillview, and they're essentially in a form of litigation with the FAA at this point.
Okay, so I guess
because of that.
Okay, so the city perspective, we will track that litigation. Any possibility, I guess, maybe turning to the city attorney to provide an amicus brief in that lawsuit?
Well, I think the litigation they're involved in, it has to do with an administrative hearing with the FAA. It's not a process I'm familiar with to submit amicus briefs, but certainly something we can look into.
Okay, I think it would be worth it for non-attorneys, amicus briefs, friends of the court. So basically, they would just providing our position and support for Reed Hillview. Okay, thanks. I think that's something that we should look into, because I think that's something that many of us would likely be interested in. Following up on some of these sustainability goals, a lot of them are exciting. I was a little just concerned about maybe some unintended consequences that may come from that. So basically, like the report was stating that the airport collaborating with other airports to develop a series of waypoints and charging stations for future electric airplanes. Sort of reminds me of like the Tesla supercharger network. Is that kind of the same idea?
Yeah, it's right now it's to extend the operating distance, and it's quite short right now as the batteries improve, the charging stations, and then the readily available charging stations throughout, the transportation system.
Right. So the idea is, I guess, if you're flying from Southern California to Washington, there are airports that you could stop along the way, recharge, and continue on that journey.
Yes, and we're monitoring that, working with companies that are developing that, and there's companies out there now that have a standard, like, so if you have brand X or Y or whatever, it will all be able to be done at the same station.
Okay, so very similar to electric vehicles coming out right now. Great. I guess my concern there, and interesting as far as just volume capacity, and maybe this will come back to Councilmember Burt's interest in that possible second runway. I'm just curious, how much more volume can the airport handle? I'd imagine if we were to do that, if we were one of the few waypoint airports on what seems to be a pretty busy flight path, can an airport sustain it? So just thoughts on future volume, and then of course, other impacts that come along with that.
And all of that will be looked at during this study and the process. And yeah,
great.
So, yeah.
Perfect. Let's see. So it looks like staffing levels have been a concern for some time, but the report was silent about how those staffing levels have been impacting service levels. Can you speak to that a little more?
Well, so when we transferred the airport back, that was the big challenge. How can we operate the airport with the staff? And we've progressed over the years to be able to add staff. And it's challenging, but we continue to work towards that and look at ways to develop more revenue to bring staff in.
If I could take a second just to give kind of a high level overview there. If you look at, here we are getting close to 9 years into the city's operation of the airport. Revenues we bring in annually are about 2.7 million. With the current staffing we have, which we've added probably 2.5 FTE staff over the last several years would be my guess. We're at 2.1 million in like regular ongoing operating expenses. And what that means, that difference of 600,000, that's essentially the funding that's available for either things like adding more staff, which is an ongoing cost, or really what it's been in the past is our match for FAA grants. So if you think about the very large lift that Andy and his team have had with the council's support of essentially reconstructing the apron, the number is not right in front of me. I think it's something on the order of 36 million for that project. We got lucky that the last phase of it was 100% funded by the FAA, but the earlier phases, we had to fund 10%. And, when your revenues over expense previously, it was a stretch to come up with, say, a 10% match of $1 million on a $10 million project. So what it's been over time is this balancing as we've raised revenues, basically stabilized the airport financially, began paying back the initial loan from the general fund. As we've done that, we've been able to slowly add staff, which has really helped Andy's operation.
Great. Thanks for that additional context. That was helpful.
Thank you. I had questions along the same lines. So when they say that FAA is the airport sponsor, what does that mean? How much leeway or authority is given to FAA?
So the city, the airport as a sponsor, and the FAA with these grants and requirements, and the grant assurances require us to follow the FAA guidelines. So it's a commitment that we will operate the airport along the guidelines of the FAA's grant assurance requirements.
And so we'll operate according to FAA guidelines. And is there a time limit on that because we've taken their grant money?
Yeah, it's a 20 years for the grant assurances to
20 years.
Yes.
Based on the grants that we have used to date.
From the last grant that we issued.
And that would be the apron?
Correct.
Okay.
Actually, it'd be the last grant was for the planning process.
Okay. And I apologize. I failed to mention, thank you for all the work that you've been doing, Mr. Swanson. I meant to say it at the beginning, but I got excited about questioning, so apologies, but thank you for all the work that you've been doing. Also says that in the Santa Clara County CLUP, the Comprehensive Land Use Plan, it also identified the flight paths, right, for takeoff and approaches. is it something that we can go back to the CLUP in order to ask them to identify flight paths that is for takeoff and approaches over water until they reach the height, then turning to whichever direction they're going at a higher altitude?
Just to clarify, flight paths coming in and out of Palo Alto. And so we have the flight paths and their design, they can be looked at, if there's a change that could be made. But we have a voluntary noise abatement procedure that and guidelines that we work with the pilots and the flight schools and transient tenants or transient visitors to educate them on the program and how it works. During this planning process, we're going to review that process and look for opportunities to improve it. We adopted the county's process. So the departures and arrivals of the aircraft are probably the ones that would most benefit from the voluntary noise abatement procedures and improving those. The actual approaches could be looked at, but the actual departure, just what would be the takeoffs and landings, I think would probably be the most beneficial in this process.
Yeah, I actually think that it's very important. I know you have a voluntary noise abatement program, but it's voluntary. And the thing is, that's where the conflict comes in between the airport users and the residents that live in the neighboring communities, is the noise. Even to some certain extent, there's emissions, but we're not going to get into that right now. We're definitely going to have to address that diligently and engaging with the residents who lives around there. I noticed in the CLUP, I noticed that there is also the contour lines and the boundaries and so forth. Perhaps the contour lines might need to be revisited and expanded also. I'm sure San Francisco have their contour lines, which Palo Alto ends up not falling within, but then the noise affects us. So I'm looking at how are we equitable to our neighboring communities and ensuring that, that the contours are addressing their issues as well and inclusive of them if the noise is intrusive for them. There's also, did I interrupt you? No, okay. I also wanted to say that, we don't have any noise monitors. Do we have noise monitors? Maybe I should not assume that we don't have.
No,
we don't have. I really think that, that's another thing that if this airport is going to be, after all the work that has been done and another conflicting conflict with the residents is also not knowing and having data about the noise issues, and I think that should be a data source to measure it and to have those information in hand. And I think, was it Ms. Porter who said that we had, at one point, there was also measurement for lead levels. I believe that matter should be discussed as well. If nothing, just to provide the threshold and to provide data. And if we're going to have an airport here in the long term, we're going to need all these measurements in order to continue monitoring safety for health for the residents. I think, sustainability, when you talk about it, it's all great, but I don't want to discount, I don't want you to not include people in there. I do think the airport is important, but as Vice Mayor Stone had mentioned, that there is going to be capacity issues. So determining the capacity at that airport is going to be necessary. And I'm not so much in favor of, I do want to stick to our comp plan policies of only one runway. So I'm even more reason for assessing what the capacity is going to be at that airport. Let me see here. Oh, the other thing is, I was wondering, since it is Palo Alto's airport, I would like to explore how to change the DBCNEL from 60 to something lower. And I don't know if that's something that can be done, but I would like to explore that. And if that is something in your study, that would be a really good thing to have. Changing it to a number that would be different. I wanted to also ask Council Member Burt, when you talked about the second runway and the buffer zone, can you explain a little bit more clearly for me? Are you saying that the buffer part can be returned to nature and the second runway that was planned from before that has not happened can now be the buffer? Is that what you were?
Essentially, as Andy said, that the standards on the size of the buffer may have changed. But what we have in the airport right now is the land for both a second runway and an extensive buffer that goes out to the levee. And going forward, we should only need the land for whatever is the new or the current buffer standard.
Thank you. Okay, I wanted to clarify. Councilmember Lithcutt-Ham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank staff for the presentation and Director Mr. Swenson and the consultant whose name I did not completely catch. Thank you. I want to start off by saying I'm struck by the exceptional nature of this Palo Alto Airport. It is obviously a unique entity that offers emergency response in the region and the opportunity for non-commercial pilots and some number of residents interested in recreational flying. Yet the airport gasoline use at the airport, and we have the noise of planes when less than half a mile away in the same Bayland ecosystem. Just last week, we declined to give our residents who have mobility issues the right to use e-bikes for recreation, partly because of noise. It's hard to imagine the noise of all the e-bikes in the aggregate is more than one plane. But my point is simply that these are all choices about who matters and who doesn't, and the kinds of recreation that matters and which doesn't, and about which natural environment matters enough to protect and which doesn't. And these are all choices, and we should always be conscious of the reasons why we permit one thing while denying the other. I am excited by the new apron, the electric charging and the increase in solar. And it sounds like we're going to have the most advanced electrical infrastructure at any general aviation airport in the nation, which is cool because we like to be number one in everything in Palo Alto, so yay. But as I understand it, the FAA really does have the upper hand, as we've seen on the leaded fuel issue. And I've learned that the airport and the city cannot commingle funds, if I have that right. So if the airport sees an increase in revenue, the proceeds can only be used to enhance airport infrastructure, capital improvements, and so on, rather than provide a financial upside to the city. Do I have that right?
Yes, the airport is an enterprise fund.
Okay. When do we project that the airport will have paid back the loan to the city's general fund? And will the airport be self-sustaining at that point, or do we project additional city subsidies will be needed?
I think Andy's checking the staff report to see if we included the exact year. I believe we're about either 4 or 5 years into a 15-year repayment schedule on that one.
I see.
I
Okay.
thought I read 2034, right?
23rd, I missed that. Okay, thank you. So with these concerns in mind, it leaves me wondering, how can we enhance and really maximize the community benefit from having this airport in our midst? As Tom Myers pointed out, he learned to fly here, and Bob Lennox too. And I was really moved by those stories. And it made me wonder how we are currently involving the children of Palo Alto and East Palo Alto and other neighboring cities in the life of the airport. And I'm curious as to what is happening, but more importantly, what more could happen. Many of our children feel that the only pathway out of Palo Alto is a degree in software engineering. And maybe if more of them got turned on to flying, life would be better lived for kids here. Tom is raising his hand in the audience. I'm not sure that we're allowed to call on you, Tom. I have to check. I don't know how this works.
You can, through the chair, make a question, but not just because
Okay.
somebody wants to.
Okay, Madam Chair, I would like to give Tom the opportunity to answer the question that is implied in what I have just said for 30 seconds.
West Valley Flying Club has made $40,000 available for a flying scholarship that we are actively engaged with the city of East Palo Alto right now to deliver, to choose a deserving student from EPA and teach them how to fly. So we're actively working on it.
Thank you so much. Mr. Swenson?
I can just, there's other programs and we are working with different groups bridging that gap. I don't have a lot to report right now, but I will have more to report back on some things we're working on that aren't quite ready to discuss yet, but there's some exciting things happening. Exactly what you're discussing or talking about is starting to take place.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowing.
Thank you. Lots to do here. I'm going to make a few comments and bracket what's already been said. I want to start with packet page 12 and talk about the revenue side compared to the expenses that we've been talking about. And you correctly note that we're a landlord there. It's a very high demand, constrained resource, and there's nowhere else for those pilots to go. So the question is, do we feel like our rents there are comfortable, or in the next budget cycle, are we going to see a different kind of proposal?
So when we transferred the airport back, we went through a full, sorry, I'm losing the train of thought here. We went through a full evaluation appraisal process, and we're starting to move into that. We'll go through a full appraisal process again. We've actually done two now to make sure that we are right in the current rates and fees for the airport, if that answers your question. Yeah.
It does, always trying to look at the revenue side where we can fairly do that and charge a fair price to help offset the expenses. Because you're right, you don't have a lot of margin there, particularly when your debt service is over and you still have to do some maintenance item. It gets kind of thin on the margins. So I hope we're always looking at that. Again, not unfairly, but relative to supply and demand, because there's only so many hangars there. And the other question I was going to ask is related, which is there a possibility of having more hangars there to house a few more planes and make a few more, take a few more rents?
Yeah. So during this study, we'll be looking at, how can we intensify the current hangars, evaluate them to make sure they can support the solar, arrays on the existing hangars. And then also for revenue, to answer your other question, to look at generating would be the solar arrays over the aircraft would allow us the potential of having a shade port storage hangar. So
yeah, exactly like what Councilmember Burt said. That's great. I really would like to see in this plan, something that's more official than making pilots aware of noise issues and reminding them to fly neighborly. I mean, I appreciate the sort of humor in that comment, but we'd like to have that sort of documented, handed to pilots. This is what we want. It's not optional or guidelines. It's kind of regulation. Not that you're going to go up there and chase them down in the sky, but we really want that to be a regulation.
So to answer that, and that goes back to the federal requirements. And the reason why it's the voluntary program. I can tell you the way that we implement it, and it is taken very serious by the pilots. And we call them, we don't, and educate them on that. And there's a process, and there's some things we can do in the future that I did at other counties that is a little more stringent and gets a little more attention. And it's a kind of a, like, I don't want to say 3 strikes like type of system, but it ratchets it up and it brings the attention to this, fly friendly and be a good neighbor. And that's the reason that's that way, is because of the requirements we're under. We can't regulate.
Great. I didn't know that, and I'm glad to hear it. Is there a differential? How big is the differential on unleaded fuel compared to leaded fuel? Cost, yeah.
I was checking here last week, and it's anywhere from $1. It ranges $1 more or more. It's kind of fluctuates up and down.
It's $1 more for unleaded?
more for the unleaded right now is what we're seeing. And it's a 94 unleaded, but the problem we're seeing, and hopefully it going to the 100, because then all the aircraft can burn that. It's the octane goes up, and we looked, it's around 60% of the fleet right now that we could, and it would go to 100%. So that's what we're very happy to hear that there's a lot of progress. At least that's what we're hearing in the last few weeks. And if that takes place, we'll know more, here shortly. But then either way, readily getting the 94 at the airport here towards the end of May is what.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's good, because we don't want unleaded to be a disadvantage or a disincentive, or we won't have changed anything. You mentioned the regional impacts, including the closure of Reed Hillview. Are you going to try to do some sort of partnership where there's sort of sharing the airports that can take these extra planes? Or are we just going to let them all?
Well, we're almost full up right now with what we can handle. So I think it kind of self-controls it the way we are. So,
Okay. All right. And on packet page 18, I don't know what you mean by this, the bullet point, conducting a land use and market analysis to improve land holding and financial revenues.
So that is looking at optimizing, the use at the airport. How can we?
Okay. So it's looking for new revenues. What we already talked about. Okay. Okay. Good. I'm glad it's in the packet. And a lot more to do. So hope we see you a lot during these interims so we can continue to give input. But thanks for the efforts that are coming. Thank you.
Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. I'll be brief because staff report I thought was excellent and the presentation very helpful, illuminating, and my colleagues have asked a lot of questions that have answered many of mine. I just briefly want to say that, I'm proud of this airport. I'm proud of the emergency services that it offers and provides to our area. I am also very encouraged by the advances in sustainability that you've described and have accomplished. And I share the frustration of many of my colleagues and the public over the use of leaded fuel. And agree with the Vice Mayor's suggestion that we try to monitor the litigation and see how that goes and if we can help in any way. So my question is, under the comp plan policy L10.6, it talks about encouraging the use of unleaded fuel. So once we hit May, and we hope to have that fuel tank ready for the unleaded fuel, are there incentives? I know we just talked about the cost. Councilmember Lowing was asking some of that. Are there various incentives that we could think of that we could encourage that adoption or changeover? Is there anything we can do that's in our power, even if the FAA currently precludes us from outlawing leaded? Are there things we can if we don't have sticks, do we have carrots? That's my question.
The short answer is we're still thinking about that. There definitely are some of these FAA legal issues around things like we had initially asked the question, once we have the unleaded fuel, can we charge more for leaded fuel? And we didn't get a positive answer on that. So there may be something we can do. The thing we're more focused on right now is working with the airport users groups to make sure that they are really on board and committed to making that switch to this fuel. And Andy and I have this conversation often as we've been trying to work on this over the past year, that I think we're feeling pretty good about the acceptance of that fuel and the intent to really use it once we can bring it onto the airport.
Excellent. Thank you. Maybe they get a better parking place. I don't know. Gold Club like Hertz. But no, I thank you for your work on that and on all of these issues. And that's all I have.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so thank you guys for your work on this, and also thank you to members of the public for coming out to speak about this. I really appreciate it. How do our airport fees compare to other airports nearby, like other similar type of airports?
In the past study, we're usually leading, as far as the higher end of all of our rents and fees. Comparable would be our neighboring airport, San Carlos. We're just, I kind of simplify it, but I kind of compare it to, kind of even like the housing market, or, it's kind of it's the desired place to rent, really, kind of for the hangars and the tie downs.
And in terms of hangars and airport, I mean, like,
we're pretty much full up hangars, everything. Yeah.
so theoretically, there could be supported even more fees theoretically. If you're at capacity, then that means that there's enough demand.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Oh, so if you're at capacity, that must mean that there's enough demand, right?
Well, I think we were the highest in the area. So if we raised it higher,
I'm not proposing that. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that we should.
Okay, we could.
Okay. And I was thinking about the comments that my colleagues made about community benefit. Like, what is the community benefit to our to the people that live here? And so I think some of the suggestions are not bad, but I mean, perhaps there could be lower fees or something. But I do think that there should be, for Palo Alto residents, there should be some sort of advantage that we get. So whether it's lower fees or preference or something, but I think that given that we're running this and we're putting money in, we have loans for it, and all this and that, there should be some sort of benefit that comes back to the community, like a very direct benefit. So we'd love to know more about that.
So we can look into that. I believe that we would run into issues with our grant assurances, and I can't charge a different rate.
Oh, we're not allowed to?
I'm sorry.
We are not allowed to?
I do not believe we could charge a different rate for one person.
Can residents get preferences?
I'm sorry?
Preferences?
Yeah, we can't, I don't think we can. I'll look into that to make sure, but I'm pretty sure we cannot have a different rate. We can't charge one person, one individual.
What about preferences? Like, so, maybe someone gets priority over something, kind of like what was suggested?
Are you talking about rates and fees, or for preferences?
Preferences, like,
like a hangar.
Hangar space, like, gets priority over hangar space first, as an example, right?
I don't believe we can do that, but I can look into it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great input here tonight. We really would like to gather this up and go back and really think it through.
Okay, well, I for one would like to see some sort of benefit coming back to the community in some way, shape, or form. And then I think someone asked earlier about how we have a separate fund for this, and I understand we have a separate enterprise fund, but a lot of funds we have, you could just simply have a council vote and we could move money between the different funds. Is there something special about this one that restricts us from moving money from this to other funds, or vice versa? But besides that, beyond a council vote.
Yeah, to operate the airport, and the grant assurances require us to operate it as an enterprise fund. The funds must remain at the airport. Anything generated at the airport must remain and be put back.
Okay, so even with a council vote or a vote of the people, it has to be segregated.
Yes.
Okay. And there's some numbers in the staff report, but is there a more detailed, like, income statement, cash flow statement for the airport?
Well, probably the most detailed thing that's really available is the budget.
Okay.
Just the annual budget.
Okay. Well, I guess, for like a study session on this, it'd be good to have maybe a little bit more depth than that. So we could kind of understand, because it's kind of like, what does the city get out of the airport? If we can't give preferences to our citizens, we make money on it? We can't really make money on it. So what are we getting out of it? I think it's important to know.
We can definitely bring that next time we come back.
Okay, great, thank you. And what's the history of the second runway? Like what's the story behind that?
Okay. And,
actually, maybe I'll let you
yeah.
get to that first. So
Okay.
maybe like make one last statement before I just hand it over to you guys. Is there's been a lot of talk about electric VTOLs, right? And Palo Alto was kind of birthplace of like HP and a bunch of other amazing companies. But it would be kind of neat if we actually encouraged eVTOL companies to be here to develop the next generation of aerospace technology. So that's the other thing I was thinking about is, can there be things that we do to help encourage this kind of technology to be developed in our city? So that's one other thought I had that I'd love to see. And so, if staff can think about that, that would be great. But maybe to end, because I'm over time now, is maybe you could just talk a little bit about the history of that second runway quickly.
So my understanding that the county kind of plan and the way they manage their airports, they had a 2-runway system. We were well over 200,000 operations at that time, and that was it was justified to have a second runway, and that was their way of running airports. That's what I've learned through the history, and there's mix, and that's why I think we'll really work hard to get a better understanding of the history, because there's different. I talk to someone, I'll hear, no, it was this way, and then so we're trying to get that captured because it's very important of why that. But I know it was justified because of the amount of operations to drive the second runway. The Reed Hillview Airport has a dual runway system.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to return to two big environmental issues, the lead and the noise. So I think you said some things tonight that I wasn't aware of. So I had been under the understanding, once the FAA had approved the 94 octane that is usable on the trainers, which is the bulk of our flights, that we could restrict the sale of leaded gas where unleaded is authorized for use by the FAA. But are you saying we cannot do that?
In the conversations we've had thus far, I'm not sure that we fully considered that.
Okay. So we just haven't necessarily.
And maybe it was because we've been looking at it through the lens of even when we brought this 94 octane unleaded fuel, there would still be aircraft at the airport that couldn't use it.
Yeah, but let's solve the 60% of the problem ASAP. And then it sounds encouraging that we may actually see an acceleration on being able to solve the remainder. But I would like to see us prohibit leaded gas sales for all craft that are approved to use unleaded gas, and do that as soon as we have that capacity. And do we have a timeline from, I know we said we've had some delays on getting that unleaded tank capacity there. What do we now think is the timeline for having that up and running?
So as long as the equipment arrives in late May, it'll be in June when we take the first load of fuel and we're hoping that we're constantly working with the manufacturer.
So that's our current estimate.
Yeah, that's current estimate. Yes.
Okay. And then my understanding is Reed Hillview has prohibited all leaded gas sales, but that doesn't mean planes that are arriving and departing there are not using leaded gas. They're simply not selling it there, and those planes are gassing up elsewhere. And so I think everybody needs to understand that reality. They haven't, those planes that they assume, I assume that the trainers that they have there are largely now using unleaded gas, like we could do as soon as we have that capability. But otherwise, they're just shifting the point of sale for the time being until the 100 octane is approved, which sounds much more imminent than I had realized. That's great news. I want to switch for a moment to noise. So we have the overall daytime and even evening noise, but I received calls last year from a neighborhood representative in East Palo Alto who was in the flight path, who was calling me on behalf of his neighbors and himself because he was the only really English fluent speaker on that block. And the real concern was what they, and I quizzed him on this, that it's the nighttime noise and the middle of the night. I don't know if it's just both arrivals, well, I guess it's all departures. And they were, it was a surprise to me. I didn't even realize that we had middle of the night departures. And I asked whether they believed that it had increased significantly in recent times. And the answer was they believed it had. And I brought this up with staff. I haven't heard any feedback on what is the reality there. I contacted the counterpart on the East Palo Alto Council. At that point in time, they hadn't really heard about those complaints. Subsequently, they did, and it became an issue in the East Palo Alto City Council race with a candidate insisting on the closure of the airport for this very reason. And these are the sorts of things that if we don't address them to the extent that is really appropriate, we're going to have real pushback for the closure of the airport. And this goes to the issue of whether we are getting the cooperation of the users of the airport on these different initiatives. I think we need to make sure that folks understand if we don't step up, then the whole airport will be in jeopardy. And I just want to put that out there clearly. So what do we know about the middle of the night takeoffs? I had not been aware and was surprised and concerned. And then I've heard nothing in 6 months on what's the reality.
So
and I should add, if you could answer what ability we have to control that.
So we use a flight track system that's available to anybody. The public can go on and track flights, and that's what we have right now for our technology. We're looking at programs to improve it. With trying to utilize our budget, with a program that will serve us well. And there's new technologies coming out. There was one I was looking at, I was talking to Brad about last week. We're reviewing and looking and seeing if some of the capabilities would give better information that would allow us not to react, to be able to come in, and know the next morning if staff wasn't at the airport, they'd know that took place and be able to address it even before maybe the call came in. So we're looking into that. We don't get a large amount of night operations. There are some different times. Sometimes they are medevac flights and stuff coming in and out. Sometimes law enforcement. A lot of times we'll track it down, and it actually is like a law enforcement. It's at San Mateo County Sheriff doing some surveillance work and stuff, or a medevac that came in. There are not very frequently, but there are night flights.
Well, and presumably because there's such low ambient noise, they stand out much more than they would in the daytime. So I think we need the data. We need to know what types of flights there are. So are you saying there are not recreational flights, and they're or that you think they're mostly these essential service type flights?
They're a mix. Depending.
And do we have the ability? I'm sorry, I'm trying to rush through this. Do we have the ability to control night flight of the recreational flights? Maybe not the essential services, but can we control the private flights?
And going back to our grant assurances, it would be very difficult to do that. It could be looked at possibly, but it'd be very difficult because of our grant assurances, and we're part of the national transportation system, just like the highway system.
Well, I would be very interested in whether there are environmental impacts from this noise that could be a basis for restricting that. I don't know the answer, but I think we want to understand that, just like with SFO and what are the rights and restrictions that we can have. And Mayor, I have a couple other things continue. Okay, so on the use of funds of this enterprise fund, it is entirely accurate that this is a true enterprise fund and we can't use those funds for general fund purposes. But that doesn't mean it's as restrictive as we might imagine. There are other ways in which profit that could be generated, for instance, by these solar awnings. When I looked at this and brought in a solar developer for consultation back in 06 or 07, the revenue that we get for typically leasing space for solar was exceeded by the prospective revenue from the selling the awning as a weather protection. And it's a big revenue potential. So it's a double whammy. We get two revenue streams from the same use. And I don't know the dollars. We ballparked it back then, but it's seat of the pants. But that could all be dumped into additional bottom line for the enterprise fund. Then the question is, okay, what do you do with that? It just accumulates there. But there are a lot of things that we potentially could be doing on the airport. We talked about training programs for youth and East Palo Alto youth and otherwise. There's no reason that need just come through the flying club. That could come through our enterprise funds. Some of the other environmental initiatives could come through these profits from the airport. Even we have in the golf course master plan, the phase 3, after looking at expanded training for youth and the double deck driving ranges of phase 3, it's looking at redoing this very old and kind of outdated restaurant and clubhouse. And there's no reason that the new restaurant couldn't be on the airport property serving both purposes at once and combining that and supporting the golf course, but be a shared cost. Just other creative things that could be done if we think outside of the narrow bands that we would have. Oh, well, wait a minute, that doesn't help a plane take off. And then I just want to tap into some of what was said. If we look at whether we're going to have a future Palo Alto airport, if it is truly a model in sustainability for aviation and aviation related activities, one of the things is this transformation on the horizon, not only from lead-free gas, which is near term and essential, but to zero emission vehicles, which also are far quieter, and address the noise issues. To what degrees, I'm not sure whether we currently have estimates of the reductions, but it's significant. We have now one company that's a leading company in development of smaller electric airplanes. It's a massive movement. It's probably a transformation over 1 to 2 decades, but it's accelerating. And we just are having advancements in that at a faster pace than we were predicting just even a couple of years ago. So nobody knows how fast it's going to come on. It's not going to come on overnight, but it is. I would like to see this airport become a center of zero emission vehicle development and aviation, where we generate our renewable energy on site, generate surplus, where we have companies that, because we are putting in charging stations ahead of others there, that we really facilitate this transformation, become a model in this, reducing noise, reducing atmospheric pollution, reducing greenhouse gases, and being, once again, another part of what we do in Palo Alto, which is technology innovation. And so I would like to see this master plan fully embrace those concepts, to have internal sustainability to the airport and have it be linked to the city's broader sustainability efforts. And that's kind of the broader overview that I hope we will embrace. Thanks.
Well, I just want to, did you have something to say? No, I just wanted to also add, going back to night flights, right? Is it possible so we wouldn't be able to impose time restrictions, but is there a way to impose higher fees? with
I'm
exemptions?
not
for-
sure that higher fees would work. All of this is things we'll be investigating. You know, as Andy was starting to describe, what we do want to do is move from more of a complaint-based regimen to being proactive. And
That's
there
nice.
are other things we can do, like potentially even be public with the information about the people who are not following the rules.
What does the Airport Association do?
The Airport Association's it's a nonprofit group that they represent the pilots, the businesses, all the airport users, kind of.
So they can potentially help with
Yes.
yes, getting all the pilots to understand, this is a problem when you're flying over neighborhoods and causing angry residents, which brings complaints to the airport, which makes it more difficult for us.
Yeah, and
Okay, so
we
I would love
utilize
to
that process.
Okay, that would
Every
be
month,
great.
we report back to them and so it's a very beneficial relationship with the airport and the city and the.
Wonderful, because I'm going to have to say that, the how we're addressing noise right now is insufficient. So we need to do something different. And I appreciate what you're going to be doing. The other thing is, how long before the second fuel tank for the leaded can be switched to unleaded?
So once we have the one tank readied and then as product is delivered, we're able to move more product and they'll be able to transform the other tank to that product. The news we're hearing of the 100 possibly being available sooner would transform all that much sooner to all the tanks becoming.
Okay, because the last thing we need is for all the planes that need leaded fuel to be coming to Palo Alto to get it.
So that question has been asked and we've looked at that. And the one thing that the fuel price kind of drives that too. So most of the planes that are flying to get leaded fuel, most likely from Reed Hillview, probably are going out of the Bay Area for lower fuel prices. So a little
Okay,
positive
that's
there.
good.
Yes.
That's really good. I am in the report, it says that we want to be transparent in all of this discussion about all the long-range plan that we have. I want to make sure that you're engaging with East Palo Alto as well as Menlo Park, especially for the Bellhaven area, because I've been working with Vice Mayor Cecilia Taylor, who has a lot of residents who are concerned and who are experiencing the noise issues. So I would want to see that they're included. I don't even know if you're planning to do a meeting, bringing your talking presentation to their meeting, asking for a slot so that you can be presenting over there at their meetings.
Right now, what our plan was to make sure to specifically reach out to them and involve them in the public workshops that we're planning.
Okay. If you can get on to do a presentation at their council meeting, I think that would be worthwhile as well. Do you know if we affect Mountain View, the North Shoreline area, where they're kind of like looking into building a lot of residences and so forth?
Currently with our noise reports, there's a few, reports, but not very many at this time.
I think just reach out to them as well, about the long range plan. And then Councilmember Lithcott Hames, as well as Councilmember Tanaka, to bring up the community benefits. I know a nonprofit that has been talking to me about trying to get a hangar where they can get a broken airplane where kids can actually disassemble the airplane and then learn to put it back again. Schools are thinking about as well for mechanics and.
I know there's been talk about some of the flying clubs and some partnership. A couple of citizens in East Palo Alto have approached some of the flying clubs to partner and bring the youth out to the airport and to look and build programs. So right now, hangar space we just don't have the room, but maybe there could be something in the future that could be identified.
Great. I know San Carlos Airports has one of these facilities for youth to use their hands with the airplanes, put it back, take it out, put it back. Anyways, I just want to say thank you. I don't see any more lights from other council members. Thank you for the presentation, and we look forward to the report back when you come back. Is there Airport Day?
Okay, so there's talk of bringing Airport Day back. The Airport Association, it was the main sponsor of that, and I don't want to speak for them, but I know they were looking at May, and now they're talking back more to the original fall. So most likely next fall is what they're focused on. And as soon as we know more, we'll make sure we inform all you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson. Thank you, Brad. All right, so now we'll go to our agenda changes, additions, and deletions. City Manager?
No changes.
No changes. We'll go to public comments that is not on the agenda. Madam Clerk?
Our first speakers will be Katie Ruff and Julia Zeitlin in the council chamber, followed by Aram James online.
Is this a group?
They're going to be using just 3 minutes and they wanted to speak together. Is it okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. That's fine. Good evening, council members. I hope you're doing well. I'm Julia Zeitlin.
And I'm Katie.
And we are co-founders of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or Pacc. And so we at Pacc want to officially invite you to our 2023 March and Rally for Climate Justice on April 21st from 4 to 6:30. Pacc is organizing a powerful community event with local activists, leaders, and community organizations from all across the Bay Area. And so this event will take place at City Hall, and we would love to ask if the City of Palo Alto would be interested in becoming an official sponsor. And so the event will be an opportunity for community members of all ages to stand up for climate justice and unite cities across the Bay Area with the intention of bringing awareness to the importance and impact of local action. And so Pacc is working with organizations from Palo Alto, East Palo Alto, San Jose, Los Altos, and San Francisco to bring cities and leaders together, unified by our dedication to climate action.
And let's try to do a mic swap. Okay. And also for the record, we will be serving some delicious free food. We've got bagels, we have pizza, and hopefully lots more too. We also want to take this moment to officially invite not only the Palo Alto City Council members to attend and be part of this powerful community event, but also to invite Mayor Koo, if you'd be willing and available to speak at this event, just to promote intercity collaboration and climate community action. And we also sent an email late last week in case you need more details and stuff like that. Anyways, thank you so much for all of your continued support. I know that we had a lot of momentum from a lot of council members last year and a lot of support from council members just across the past year on all of our efforts. And we'd love to just take the chance to celebrate it and to fight for community action and climate justice in this event this year too. Thank you so much for your time. All right, and our next speaker is Aram James.
So I did call the Palo Alto police last week. I believe that I was potentially a victim of a hate crime and vandalism. I sent you all a picture. I've sported so-called provocative bumper stickers on my vehicles for at least the last 20 years. And it's not my driving while black and brown is not a crime. Cops who make stops based on race are criminals that gets vandalized, or give them 5, the 5th Amendment, your right to remain silent, use it or lose it, or my Huey P. Newton bumper sticker, and unarmed people are subject to slavery at any time, Huey P. Newton. Which bumper sticker do you guess keeps getting vandalized over the years? Yeah, that's it. My withdraw all U.S. aid to Israel. These folks, I don't know who they are, but they sure don't respect my First Amendment rights to oppose US policy that funds what I believe, it's my opinion, is a terrorist state. They terrorize the Palestinian people. They kill the Palestinian people. They violate human rights every day. I'll tell you something, though. I would never put my hands on a Jewish flag, an Israeli flag. Anybody who wants to say, I love Israel, a bumper sticker, they're free to do that. But whoever these cowards are that persist in refusing to have a conversation with me and prefer to, scratch out my withdrawal U.S. aid to Israel now bumper sticker, well, guess what? They're just going to have me amplify the message because I've got several more bumper stickers that I'll be putting on shortly so they can come by and do their little cowardly act. What's wrong with you folks that do that kind of thing? Are you afraid of having a conversation on the merits about the terrorist state of Israel, about the war crimes that are being committed against the people of Palestine? Well, if you feel differently than me, hey, let's sit down, stand up, whatever you want to do, and talk the thing out. But I am really tired of people coming up and doing this kind of what I believe is potentially a hate crime and vandalism on my bumper sticker opposing U.S. policy, sending billions and billions of dollars to a terrorist state in the Middle East. Thank you very much for listening. And I want to say that Officer or Agent Goodell, who came out to take the complaint, was extraordinarily professional. I wrote a letter to Andrew Binder about Erin Goodell's professionalism. She asked me if she wanted to have me send in a picture or whether she wanted to come out to my house. I asked her to come out to my house. She did. Extraordinarily professional young officer with his Palo Alto Police Department, agent, I should say. Thank you very much.
All right, our next speaker is Phoebe Mota Judges.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, council members. My name is Phoebe Mota Judges. I hope you are doing well. I'm here today as a representative of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or Pacc. I joined Pacc after seeing more up close the devastating effects of the increasingly unpredictable weather through the storms and flooding here in California earlier this year. Recently, Palo Alto residents, along with people across California and other parts of the country, have seen a huge increase in their gas utility bills. According to Kennedy Shaner from Palo Alto Online, some residents have seen as much as a 2 to 3 times increase in their gas bills. While the council has made plans for rebates, which will hopefully offer relief to many residents, this is only a short-term solution. The rebates the council provides today will not prevent future dramatic spikes in gas prices, which are expected to persist and increase in instability over time. We will not be able to depend on natural gas forever. Furthermore, gas production is greatly affected by political and environmental issues, including natural disasters and extreme cold temperatures, making it an unreliable source both environmentally and economically. Data from the U.S. Energy Information Administration shows gas prices to be extremely volatile in comparison to electricity prices, which have remained relatively stable for the past 50 years. Back in February 2021, when Texas experienced an extreme winter storm, natural gas production was dramatically impacted, and with the demand for heat spiking, the price skyrocketed. With climate change worsening, we will see more unpredictable and devastating storms that will make natural gas even more unreliable. For these reasons, we urge the council once again to set a sunset date for natural gas to help transition our city to an energy source we can rely on. A shutoff date will set a clear timeline for Palo Alto utilities and homeowners and speed up the necessary process of electrification. We urge you to provide staff with the necessary resources to determine this date and timeline so we ensure a smooth and stable transition. We hope you consider taking this next important step in investing in a sustainable future. Thank you so much.
And our next speaker is Jeff Greenfield.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and City Council. I chair the Parks and Rec Commission, but I'm speaking on my own behalf this evening. Next week, your agenda includes permanent parklet regulations and license fees for restaurant use of parklets, which, by the way, have nothing to do with the Parks and Rec Commission, despite their name. I hope you will consider license fees for similar usage by restaurants of PC, planned community public benefit outdoor spaces as well. Some public benefit outdoor spaces have been taken over by restaurants for outdoor dining. For all intents and purposes, these public spaces are closed off from public use. A couple of examples include St. Michael's Alley and Cafe Riachi. The manner in which these businesses utilize expanded outdoor restaurant seating in a public space is directly analogous to the current temporary use of parklets for outdoor dining. That's why I believe it's quite reasonable for restaurants to be charged commensurately for use of this public space. Simply put, I believe these, in essence, are a different type of parklet. These public zone sites were intended to be a shared space open to both the public and to restaurant users. However, I suggest that implicitly, if not also explicitly, the general public is highly discouraged from using these public sites. This takeover of public areas is unfortunate. However, I recognize that the shared zoning of these spaces should be considered when developing an appropriate fee schedule for restaurant use of planned community public benefit outdoor spaces. I hope you'll recognize the use of these public zones as a different type of parklet. I'm raising this issue tonight in hopes that you may direct staff to provide you the information you need to properly consider including this next week within the forthcoming permanent parklet regulations, which I support. Thanks for your consideration and your service to our community.
And that's our last request to speak, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. City Manager, is there a way for you to gather a list of the PCs that has public benefits and include it?
I will need to work with staff to see how easily we can accomplish that.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to consent calendar items. Any public comments?
There appears to be none.
Very good. Shall we move to consent calendar? I move the consent calendar.
Second.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No on 5 and 7.
Okay, so I moved the consent calendar. Vice Mayor Stone seconded. Councilmember Tanaka registered a no vote on 5 and 7. Shall we take a vote? Yes, shall we take a vote, please? Oh. Okay.
All right. Councilmember Lithcott Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Mayor Ku? And Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously on 6, 8, and 9, and 6-1 on 5 to 7.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak on your no votes for
Yeah,
5 and 7?
Yes, thank you. So in regards to 5, this is a $1.5 million contract. And what kind of bugs me about it is the actual bid amount's only 282, but we're approving 1.5. It was a single bid. It wasn't multiple bids, unfortunately. And so, it wasn't necessarily competitive. And so it's something that, to me, rather than having this as kind of like a blank check, it probably would have been better to approve it as it goes versus having all $1.5 million authorized for this, especially since it was only a single bid. And then the second thing that was kind of bothering me on it was what I was told earlier at prior meetings was that the sewer plant basically was the operational charges were based on usage. But this one comes from the CIP. So I was a little bit confused as to how come this one, it looked like this one is actually based off of actual usage, which is, I think, a good thing, of course. But I was a little bit unclear because it was a little bit counter to what I heard before about in terms of how the costs are split in terms of capital charges. where capital charges were fixed based on how it was pre-negotiated versus based on usage. And then on 7, well, first of all, I think 7, we definitely should be getting these meters. So I think I'm not opposed to that. I think we want to do this stuff wirelessly or automatically, so that reading the meters automatically makes a lot of sense to me. The one problem I had with 7 though is we bought meters, and this thing says this is a purchase order for additional meters. So it's not the first meter we bought. And in fact, in the staff report, it talks about how staff did testing with these meters and against other meters. But the thing that bothers me about some of these staff reports is that it doesn't include how much it cost when we bought it before. And for us as council members, it's really hard for us to know whether we're getting a good price for the city or not if we don't have much of a reference point. And so to me, it would have been good to have, since we bought them before, we tested them out, for us to know how much do we pay for these Badger meters before, since we actually tested them and we have them, and this is an additional purchase. And that would have put my mind at ease in terms of at least we have a reference point. We know whether we're getting a good deal or not. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we go to city manager comments.
Thank you. Let's see if I could get the city clerk's assistance in pulling up the slides. Appreciate that. Also, just do want to note on the consent calendar that appreciate and the comments that Councilmember Tanaka made. Would note that in response to his questions, our staff did respond to the issues raised on item number 5. On item number 7, those were new questions, and if per the council's procedure, those questions had been asked prior to the meeting, we could have provided a response as a part of the council's packet. If we could proceed, I just have a few items here primarily related to upcoming events for community awareness. First off, hopefully on everyone's calendar, we've got the Mayor's State of the City address coming up on Wednesday, March 22nd at the Palo Alto Arts Center, 6 p.m. Once again, hope everyone has that on your calendar. We are, I believe, doing a registration, and note here on the website, cityofpaloalto.org/state of the city 2023, all one word. Next slide, please. Also, again, coming up, a few opportunities for community engagement here related to the Bulwer Park improvements and specifically public art to be included at the site. There's a Zoom event coming up this Wednesday at 5 p.m. With the artists, Urban Rock Design. So folks interested in this item are welcome to participate virtually. Make it convenient for hopefully anyone who is interested in participating. Next slide, please. Then always eagerly anticipated Enjoy catalog is out. Hopefully everyone received it, and that we are starting registration for the spring classes this Thursday at 8:30 a.m. It's amazing how these dates are like Taylor Swift tickets, or what have you, that they do seem to be eagerly anticipated and on folks' calendars. And so the signups go very quickly once that gate is open. So would note that we've got youth soccer classes as well as adult Appreciate Chinese Art Through Calligraphy as a couple of new offerings that staff asked me to highlight for council and community awareness. And again, this is available on our website, cityofpaloalto.org/enjoy catalog. Next slide, please. Then also coming up this week on Thursday, this is a rescheduled meeting of the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority, where they will be holding a study session related to the ongoing work related to Reach 2, the section between Highway 101 and Middlefield Road. This is a rescheduled meeting that was previously postponed due to power outages, and so again has been rescheduled for this Thursday at 3:30 p.m. We are also we had scheduled a neighborhood meeting that would follow that meeting. We're still looking for a new date for that neighborhood meeting previously scheduled at Duveneck Elementary. We're going to need to find another date given this date has just been settled, and also we are anticipating some weather in the upcoming week, and so we are having staff focused on those preparations and follow up as needed. So again, this coming Thursday at 3:30 p.m. opportunity to get up to date on the Reach 2 project at San Francisco Creek. Next slide, please. Also coming up this Thursday at 6 p.m., a community workshop to have additional information available with respect to automated license plate recognition technology. This will be coming back to the City Council for further discussion and potential action on April 3rd. So prior to that upcoming council item, we did want to provide one more opportunity for community discussion and feedback. Next slide, please. And an ongoing survey being conducted by our Human Relations Commission. And this is a follow-up to a referral and recommendations from the HRC related to AANHPI, interests and lived experience in Palo Alto community, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander experience. And this is a survey available at cityofpaloalto.org/AANHPI. survey. This survey will close at the end of the month of March. Information on this is available at our website as well, cityofpaloalto.org/AANHPI survey. And then I believe my final slide here. Next slide is our upcoming council items. Next week, you have your actually in order economic development study session, a pre-screening for a properties on Middlefield Road, and discussion and direction next steps related to parklets. Then the following week, March 20th, study session on community engagement, as well as your next discussion on the council's procedures and protocols, specifically focused on protocols. And then at the end of the month, scheduled discussion and feedback as follow-up discussion, referral to staff on gas utility rebates. Then moving on to the month of April, as previously noted, automated license plate recognition technology and additional items related to accessory dwelling units, the sustainability climate action plan, and housing element. That concludes my update. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager Shikarda. We'll take a
I had a question for the city manager.
Sure.
So the various forecasters are looking at different models for the and debating right now whether we may have a atmospheric river event potentially at the end of this week. One of the things that has been recurring since New Year's Eve has been the University Avenue underpass that Caltrans is responsible for. First flooded on that event, and then has been flooding on every modest rain event, it seems like, since then. Do we have any update from Caltrans on what's the cause of this and how they're going to fix it and when?
I do not have that information handy at this moment, but I will see what we have at the latest communication with Caltrans. I know it has been an issue of ongoing inquiry and, quite frankly, have not heard a response. So let me get that and provide it to council as soon as we have some information.
Great. And I know that Senator Becker had volunteered to step forward and try to get greater response from Caltrans as well. And so if we get stonewalled, please let us know.
Thank you.
Let's take a break until 10 o'clock. Thank you. All right, we're going to get restarted. It's 10:01. And our next item is an action item. Item number 10, adopt emergency and standard ordinances prohibiting possession of firearms in sensitive places recognized by the Supreme Court, and potential direction to staff to develop an ordinance further expanding the list of sensitive places. Staff, do you have a report?
We do have thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have a short report. Attorney Madeline Salah from my office is our lead on this, and she'll present the report. Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Salah.
Thank you. So the following presentation will give some background on the ordinances the council is considering tonight, which would ban the possession of firearms in certain sensitive places. Next slide, please. In California, there are various restrictions on carrying firearms in public, but most of those restrictions exempt those who have a valid license to carry the firearm. State law authorizes county sheriffs and local chiefs of police to issue these licenses. And in Santa Clara County, we're really only talking about licenses to carry a concealed firearm. Only in counties with a population of fewer than 200,000 people are open carry permits available. Concealed carry permit to demonstrate good cause. And in this context, good cause means a special need distinguishable from that of the general public, as well as good moral character, residency in the city or county that they're applying in, and they had to have completed a course of safety training and passed a background check. Next slide, please. This past summer, the US Supreme Court decided the case of New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin. That case was a challenge to the proper cause requirement in New York State's concealed carry permitting scheme. And a proper cause in New York was analogous to good cause in California. The Supreme Court in Bruin did two things. The first was that it invalidated New York's proper cause requirement. It held that requiring applicants to demonstrate a special need for the permit validated their Second and 14th Amendment rights. And so under that holding in Bruin, California can no longer enforce its good cause requirement for concealed carry permits. And one consequence of that we foresee is that there may be an increase in the number of concealed carry permits in circulation in California. The second thing that Bruin did was it set out an entirely new standard for courts adjudicating Second Amendment challenges. Before Bruin, courts considering Second Amendment challenges to gun regulations would consider things like the strength of the government's interest in having the regulation in place, how closely the regulation cuts to the heart of the Second Amendment. Now, under Bruin, courts ask, does the Second Amendment's plain text apply to the conduct being regulated? And if it does, the regulation is unconstitutional unless the government can show that it is consistent with the nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation. And the government can show that by producing a body of laws that are relevantly similar to the one that it's trying to defend, that were in place at the relevant historical time. And the court has left open the question of whether that's the time of the founding when the Second Amendment was ratified or the time of Reconstruction when it was incorporated against the states. Next slide, please. So even under Bruin, the Supreme Court has acknowledged that banning firearms in certain sensitive places can be done consistently with the Second Amendment. And this sensitive places doctrine comes from the case of District of Columbia v. Heller. That's a case in which the court invalidated DC's handgun ban and solidified the conception of the Second Amendment right as an individual one, disconnected from any requirement of service in a militia. But even in that case, the Supreme Court said that nothing in the opinion should be taken to cast doubt on presumptively lawful gun regulations, such as laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places, such as schools and government buildings. The majority opinion in Bruin references that sensitive places discussion in Heller. And that opinion said that although the historical record yields relatively few 18th and 19th century sensitive places where weapons were prohibited, and the court named legislative assemblies, polling places, and courthouses, the court says we are also aware of no disputes regarding the lawfulness of such regulations, and we therefore can assume it's settled that these locations were sensitive places where arms carrying could be prohibited, consistent with the Second Amendment. And the court went on to say that courts can use analogies to these historical regulations of sensitive places to determine that modern regulations prohibiting the carrying of firearms in new and analogous sensitive places are constitutionally permissible. Next slide, please. So in response to the Supreme Court invalidating New York's proper cause requirement in Bruin, jurisdictions with similar requirements enacted replacement legislation where they eliminated those now unconstitutional requirements and augmented other aspects of their firearms regulation schemes. New York and New Jersey both did this, and one way that they carrying of firearms was prohibited even for those who had a valid permit. Both of those statutes were immediately challenged in court. And federal district courts in both New York and New Jersey have held that many of the sensitive places named in those state statutes failed the Bruin test. Those cases are still in the early stages of litigation, but from what we can see so far, these courts have interpreted the sensitive places language in Bruin narrowly and are reluctant to expand the sensitive places doctrine using Bruin's analogical reasoning beyond the list of sensitive places that the Supreme Court has already named. In California, the state legislature last session considered SB 918, which would have, among other things, eliminated the good cause requirement for concealed carry permits and established a list of sensitive places that included all the places that we are considering here tonight, but also many others, including public transportation, hospitals, casinos, amusement parks, and many more. SB 918 contained an urgency clause. And what that means is that the law would have gone into effect immediately upon its passage, but the urgency clause triggers a supermajority requirement. And so SB 918 fell very narrowly short of the required supermajority. It did not pass. The bill has been reintroduced this session as SB 2, and it currently does not contain an urgency provision. So if that passes as a standard ordinance, it will go, a standard statute, it will go into effect January 1st of 2024. However, if it passes, opponents have already indicated that they intend to challenge it in court. And lastly, our neighbors in Sunnyvale have recently enacted a sensitive places ordinance. Theirs includes those places that the Supreme Court has named and a few others. So theirs includes government property, places of worship, public transit, and an area within 1,000 feet of schools, childcare facilities, parks, and polling places. And Sunnyvale's ordinance has not yet seen legal challenge. So the bottom line here is that the boundaries of the sensitive places doctrine is still very much being worked out in litigation. There's no consensus yet as to exactly how far the doctrine will extend. But from what we have seen so far, courts have been hesitant to use the analogical reasoning of Bruin to expand the list of sensitive places beyond those the Supreme Court has named. Next slide, please. So with that in mind, if council would like to take action on this tonight, the proposed ordinances would cover those sensitive places that the Supreme Court has explicitly recognized. So that's schools, government buildings, and polling places. And if council is interested in adopting a more expansive list of sensitive places, staff's recommendation is that council direct us to continue monitoring ongoing litigation and work with council ad hoc committee to develop that more expansive list. This would allow staff to communicate directly with the ad hoc committee as the legal landscape develops. Next slide, please. So if that's the course that the council would like to take, here are some recommended motions. And with that, we'll turn it back over to council.
Thank you. Could I just ask for some definitions? In the report, there is the word no standing to challenge. I get confused. So can you just tell me what it is?
Sure. So standing is a kind of threshold legal requirement. A court won't adjudicate a legal issue unless there's a plaintiff in the case who has standing to challenge the law, which means, among other things, that well, in simple terms, it means that the law is affecting them. They are likely to be injured if the law is enforced against them. The court has said that the law cannot be enforced as it's currently written. And on that note, I should say that in New York, we have several district court cases enjoining various provisions of the state law, but during the course of the appeal that has been filed, the Second Circuit has stayed that injunction, meaning that currently New York can enforce its law as written.
Thank you. We'll go to public comments, please.
Our first speaker is Stacy Ashland here in the chamber.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Stacy Ashland, and as part of the League of Women Voters of Palo Alto, we sent a letter that you all should have received this past Friday, March 3rd. Just to reiterate a key point from this, there is a reference to the cost of gun violence from Santa Clara County from the report that came out last year. And you will see that 550,000 firearms were purchased and or are owned by Santa Clara County residents as of last year. This emergency ordinance, as staff has presented, would ban firearms from government buildings, polling places, public or private schools, preschools, and additional facilities such as athletic and research facilities, parking lots, and health facilities. The League of Women Voters of Palo Alto strongly urges the city to expand this list of sensitive places to also include houses of worship, sites of public demonstrations and rallies, streets and sidewalks within 1,000 feet of these sensitive places, parks, playgrounds, stadiums, and libraries. Ideally, these additional state-sensitive places would be included in the emergency ordinance effective immediately, and if that is not possible, we recommend that they should be added by the ad hoc committee as soon as possible. This emergency ordinance is an urgent matter of public safety, and it is time to protect democracy from armed intimidation and address our public health crisis of gun violence. Thank you for your time.
And our next speaker is Aram James.
Okay, I sent you some questions, but we've got, I sent you a long article on Sunday that laid out my concerns about AB 481 and an article titled Bay Area Police Stockpiling Military Grade Weaponry and and now our city council wants to further limit our Second Amendment rights. What say you? Now, I think you all know that it's really a joke to try to make all of these so-called sensitive areas gun-free when people that are exercising their Second Amendment rights in a lawful and legal manner aren't going to be the ones that are coming into a place like the City Hall or other places to vent their frustration. And 481 gives, now we're talking about all these exceptions the police can keep, and retired police are under the exceptions that they can go into all of these sensitive areas where I'm extremely, and I think other people are deathly afraid of law enforcement having not only all of the military grade weapons, but now all the weapons. Okay. They, as I pointed out in my notes to you, police culture in this country is extraordinarily violent.
Thank you.
The Guardian and the Washington Post tracked almost 1,200 police killings last year. That's the average of 3 a day. I would say, and I also sent you an article about the history of, from the Harvard Law Review, the history of racism in gun regulation. And I suggested if you want to have a counterbalance, sort of to be provocative, I suggest that any sensitive place that you say that guns can't go, but cops can go, that Black people should be able to go and be armed to mitigate the risk of being executed extrajudicially. Okay, it happens every day in this country, and we all know it, and people in Palo Alto look the other way. Our Second Amendment rights are vital. Amendment origins of the right to bear arms. And the Second Amendment, the patriots that exercise their right to keep and bear arms to protect both that right and their many other rights. I don't want all the weapons and the guns in the hands of law enforcement. As a Jew, I also wish that we, as Jewish citizens, would put more emphasis on the right to bear arms. There's a whole bunch of anti-Semitic individuals across this country, including in law enforcement, where white nationalism are embedded. And as the son and the grandson of a Jew, of Jews, I worry about that as well. So don't do this lightly. Don't take away our Second Amendment rights. And certainly where most of this is going to be challenged constitutionally and overturned. Thank you for the time.
That's our last request to speak.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to council. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to staff for bringing this forward. Really important for us to get this passed tonight as an emergency ordinance, and then looking forward to a deeper dive into the legality and the extent of what we can do. So I'm interested, so clearly seems like we're getting a pretty developed kind of some, well, early stages, but of some precedent here on, at least on sensitive areas. Is staff aware, though, of subsequent legal challenges to other laws that are really kind of key in California, like background checks and safety training requirements for firearm applications?
Sure. So there are, several high-profile gun-related cases that are making their way through the courts post-Bruin, because the new standard will apply to them now. We don't really have any idea which way they'll go, and really no way to speculate on what will happen there.
Again, and I found interesting and disturbing your definition of historical tradition. I mean, vague at best, but it seemed like what you were saying is that the latest that a tradition will go is like, or maybe the earliest that the court will accept is Reconstruction.
So the court explicitly left this question open, but the two potentially relevant historical periods are the period of the founding, when the Second Amendment was ratified. So there we're talking about 1791. The kind of outer bounds on the other edge is 1868, which is when the Second Amendment was incorporated against the states. So Reconstruction there.
Okay, glad we have a very contemporary Supreme Court. So yeah, I guess, if courts are testing that these regulations and that they have to be consistent with the nation's historical tradition of firearm regulations, I guess it gives me further concern on a lot of these other restrictions on gun ownership. I mean, I did a little bit of research and not quite understanding where that historical tradition was going to begin. But I mean, restrictions on gun ownership doesn't seem like it began to occur until shortly after the Civil War. So right there at the Reconstruction phase, but licensing requirements didn't happen until the Federal Firearms Act of 1938. Then took a little while until we had the horrific epidemic of violent assassinations in the 1960s, where we got the Gun Control Act of 1968. But then background checks weren't even required until the Brady Handgun Violence Prevention Act of 1993. And so the history on background checks is relatively modern. Then we look into gun safety training. One, I don't believe there's any federal requirement of gun safety, and the record for state safety training requirements is also pretty dubious. So, yeah, what I'm really concerned about here is, I think we're already seeing the floodgates start to open. I think it's going to be far worse in the near future when these cases start winding their way through the court system, because based on that precedent and the historic record, I don't see much hope there. And so that's why I think, yes, clear, we need to pass the emergency ordinance tonight, and we need to make that as a permanent ordinance as well, but very supportive, and I appreciate staff's recommendation on this, creating the ad hoc to be able to further explore additional sensitive places to be able to prohibit firearms in the city. I mean, that is a bare minimum what we need to leave here tonight. And then two other quick follow-up questions, looking at my time. Regarding the school prohibition, will that include after school hours as well? Do we need to specify that? Can we specify that? Because right now the wording in the ordinance wasn't clear whether children have to be present, if it has to be during school hours or not.
Right. So you're right to point out that the ordinance doesn't require any specific timing, and it doesn't require children to be present. We haven't seen courts impose that as a distinction. The sensitive place designation is location based.
Okay, great. So school prohibition, doesn't matter, 3 a.m, we're good there. Perfect. And then one final question. So our ordinance would prohibit firearms in government buildings being used for the purpose of government administration. Understanding staff is going with, well, what we're allowed to do. So I guess trying to understand that a little better, that seems like that really limits the scope. So so like libraries, for example, unless there's some sort of administrative function in a part. I mean, can you explain that a little more?
Right. I mean, libraries specifically have been raised as an independent category in New York and New Jersey, and the courts adjudicating the validity of those statutes have specifically said that sensitive place restrictions in libraries won't stand. So regarding for the purpose of government administration requirement, we'll watch how litigation develops, and we'll see how far we can extend that definition.
I mean, do you envision this being able to cover much more outside of City Hall?
So what we've put before you is what we are confident will be upheld. Really, there are some very minor additions that we might be able to add, but to take additional significant steps does involve weighing the importance of the policy consideration with what we can only describe as some fairly substantial legal risk.
Yeah,
I mean, we have seen the courts in all the other courts who've addressed these issues have struck down houses of worship, libraries, those kinds of restrictions.
Okay, thank you. All right, perfect, thank you. Yeah, I again support the motion and very interested in pursuing the ad hoc as well.
Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. And thank you, staff, and particularly the City Attorney's Office for bringing this important issue forward in the wake of a huge landscape shift in Supreme Court case law. In March of 2019, I was driving to an appointment in San Francisco. While stuck in traffic, I saw an email that no parent wants to receive. A threat to, quote, shoot up Palo Alto High School had been received, and the students were in lockdown. My daughter was a sophomore at Pali at the time. Others of you may remember this day as well. My husband worked out of town, so my first call was to my pastor in Palo Alto, who promised to find out all she could and keep me posted. I knew she could get to the high school faster than my husband or me, if need be. I then called my husband. I then called a friend on the board of the Brady campaign against gun violence. I then called the founder of a policy advocacy group in DC and begged him to put gun safety higher on their agenda. I felt I had to do something,
My daughter was hiding with others in a girl's bathroom and texting her sister in North Carolina, who was calling us with updates. We all told each other, "I love you," and waited for a nerve-wracking hour. It felt like forever. And then we learned it was a hoax. I've never felt such relief. All that and not one shot was fired. I was terrified and horrified, and there was never even a weapon on campus. I tried to imagine how I would have felt if it was real and if students were injured or, God forbid, killed. I tried to imagine if that were my daughter, and I couldn't. It was just too big. As the League of Women Voters said in their letter to council, quote, "It's time to address our public health crisis of gun violence." I hope we spend very little time debating this tonight. I hope we pass unanimously both the emergency and standard ordinances that prohibit firearms in schools, polling places, and government buildings in Palo Alto. Unfortunately, as we've heard very eloquently from the city attorney's staff, the Supreme Court's recent Bruin decision and all of the decisions in its wake are highly, and in my opinion, overly restrictive on what firearm prohibitions are constitutional. Other than the spaces identified in our proposed ordinances, it puts the burden on us to find historical evidence of consistent regulations or responses to societal problems that existed more than 150 years ago. In my opinion, this jurisprudence is misguided and based on faulty reasoning, but it has been consistently followed in every court across the country that has considered what qualifies as a sensitive place where we can prohibit firearms. This has led to some very bizarre results. Because there were historic prohibitions in schools that protected children, one court granted the sole extension to extend the prohibition to playgrounds, but not to parks. Can anyone tell me when exactly a playground becomes a park? Or why it makes sense that someone pushing a swing in the play area of Rinconada Park must be unarmed, but the minute they walk out of that area, they can have their gun with them, say at a picnic table? But that is where we find ourselves today. Courts have uniformly struck down, as you have heard, the laws prohibiting firearms in parks, zoos, libraries, places of worship, and more. Despite this, the state Senate Bill 2 proposes to limit firearms in a broader range of places. If passed, it will almost assuredly result in a tough litigation path given current jurisprudence. I've practiced in federal courts for 35 years, and the state of the law in this area is not a mixed bag. It is not a split between circuits. It's a solid wall, a wall without chinks in it as of today. So today, in addition to passing these ordinances, I suggest that we do three things. I suggest that we direct the city's legislative activity team to support Senate Bill 2. I suggest that we direct the mayor to designate an ad hoc council committee to evaluate legal risks and options as case law evolves, and to make recommendations to council from time to time regarding additional sensitive places where the city can prohibit firearms. And I also would like to direct staff to return with a draft resolution so that we can speak out, stating that the city of Palo Alto is deeply concerned for the safety of its residents, given the epidemic of gun violence in our county, state, and country. And, but for recent Supreme Court and other court decisions, the city of Palo Alto would prohibit firearms in a broader range of places. And that we as a city call on state and federal officials to do all that they can to address this issue. I've sent the clerk the text of a motion providing for what I just described, and I stand ready to make that motion at the appropriate time. Thank you, Madam Mayor. No? Okay. All right, well, I would move, Leslie, if you could, or Madam Clerk, if you could put on the screen. That we do adopt the emergency ordinance that's been placed before us that prohibits the carrying of firearms in sensitive places recognized by the Supreme Court. That we adopt a standard ordinance prohibiting the carrying of firearms. that we direct staff to return with a draft resolution stating the things that I mentioned before, that the city of Palo Alto is deeply concerned for the safety of its residents. And that, but for the recent Supreme Court and other court decisions that reduce the city's ability to ban firearms more broadly, the city would prohibit firearms in a broader range of places. And that we call on state and federal officials to do all that they can to address this issue and broaden the list of sensitive places. Direct the legislative activity to support SB 2 and designate the ad hoc council that we've described. And of course, adopt the determination that it's exempt under CEQA.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
So Councilmember Finker moves, second by Vice Mayor Stone. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I don't need to speak further at this time. Thank you.
Would Vice Mayor Stone like to speak to the motion?
I appreciate Councilmember Vinker going a little further tonight with regards to a greater emphasis on the city's advocacy at the state level to try to do more beyond our own reach, and appreciate her sharing the horrific story of her daughter and that experience. I was teaching at Pally that day and was in lockdown with a group of students, and just absolutely terrifying. And I remember it took me about a year or two to not every time the loudspeaker went on to not go back immediately to that moment. And there are children and teachers and staff across the country who are dealing with that, not only in classrooms, but also in administrative buildings and elsewhere around. And we've experienced those tragedies here in Santa Clara County too. So of course, we're not going to be able to fix that, but hoping we can do our own little part here. And as we've talked about in other areas of climate change and countless others, what Palo Alto does tends to be able to reverberate across the country, and maybe we can be leaders on some of these. So appreciate this motion.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to also thank my colleague, Councilmember Vinker, for sharing that story. And also want to thank our community member, Stacey Ashland, for coming and speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters. Stacey has also been a leader in trying to get the Palo Alto Unified School District to take action to reduce the risk of gun violence in our community. I am in complete agreement that we need to adopt the emergency ordinance and the standard ordinance. I did have one suggested amendment that I'd like to offer, which is I was concerned that the language of the ordinance in section 3C1 refers to a sensitive place being any building owned by or under the control of the city government. I just found myself wondering, why is it limited to city government buildings when we do have other buildings in the city operated, owned by other levels of government? So I would like to see any government, any building owned by or under the control of government or government at all levels be included. I'm in section 3. See the definition of sensitive place, the very first one, limits to capital C, city government. And I do believe it is the case, although our city attorney can confirm that there are buildings here in our city that are owned and operated or
by other units of government. There are, and Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes is correct that government buildings owned by other bodies, other governmental bodies, do fit into the bucket of permissible regulation. We didn't include them because of just logistically, we hadn't done a thorough look and work with city staff to sort of know exactly what that is and how many of those agencies we need to talk to and reach out and all of that. But that can be done. And I got a chance to talk briefly with Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes before the meeting about this discussion about this issue. City of Sunnyvale did grapple with this as well. And so you'll see on packet page 77 is their language. And what they decided to adopt is that the restriction would be on city property and any building that's owned or leased by a public entity other than the city, where the public entity that owns or leases the property has duly authorized the city to enforce this prohibition. So that way we authorize the restriction, but we don't force it on another public entity that we haven't spoken to. And so then what we would do is then follow up and speak to the VA, other agencies that own or lease property within the city, and check with them if they wish to be included. So what I would suggest on that is, if that amendment is something that the maker and seconder are interested in adding, is that we add that to the standard ordinance on the second reading. So we can go ahead and go forward with the first reading tonight, assuming council is supportive. And then when it comes back on consent, we'll add that language in the second reading.
Thank you. That would be wonderful. I'm done. Thanks.
It's fine with me.
Finally, just a follow-up question to that. The idea there is we can't force federal government to restrict guns on that the VA, post office or whatnot. We can offer to enforce it ourselves if they want to comply.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's fine.
Do you need the language in there or not necessarily?
So Madam Clerk, I think what I would do is, I don't know exactly where it goes. It could go anywhere really. Maybe, it actually goes after 2.
After 2.
Yes. You could change the period to a comma and say, with the inclusion of other governmental properties with their authorization.
Okay, Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, so thanks for the motion. The one thing that I think we may want to reconsider is 5 in this creation of an ad hoc. We try to be judicious on ad hoc committees in the breadth of this. First, we can make a request and referral to city legal staff to essentially continue to perform this function. And if there are recommendations that we want to bring forward even more urgently, we have colleagues' memos means to do so. So I would just recommend that we, instead of 5, that we instead word it to direct the city attorney's office to continue to evaluate the legal risks and options, et cetera, and report back to council on any changes evolve.
I think I just want to ask legal staff how they think about it, because I think originally the ad hoc was partly an idea that came from you. I'm comfortable, I suppose, either way, but I'd like to know.
Right. So this is a question for council, whether you want to spend your time and staff time continuing to currently work on this when the legal landscape is, as Councilmember Vinker described it, right? So right now, there aren't additional steps that can be taken that where the path is clear. So what I'm hearing Councilmember Burt say is City Attorney's Office should continue to monitor some chinks in that wall, as described by Councilmember Vinker, that you would like us then to come back to you. And that is a perfectly appropriate discretionary decision about how to spend your time and our time. And we're happy to proceed that way if that's the wisdom of the council.
Yeah, I think that my thought was not that this would be a regularly meeting ad hoc, but that it would be, because I believe there's a March 20th hearing or something coming up, and there's going to be decisions coming out as we go from state courts and federal courts and appellate courts across the country. And that when there's either a particularly definitive agreement or there's a collection of law that's giving us some confidence that we can go a certain way, you could bring that back to us, or if it's easier for you to have one or two council members to meet with, I'm fine either way. I don't have a lot of extra time, but I'm willing to do this because I feel strongly about it.
So I'm hearing the two proposals kind of come together with this discussion where the proposal is not to have an ad hoc that gets started right now and comes back quickly, but rather is available on call as developments become available, and that we could access then a couple of council members to talk to, get on the same page with, and then come back to council.
Yeah, when I think about the range of issues that we have, including the range of issues that occur through the legislature on land use, on sustainability, and other areas that are also highly important to the council and the city, I don't want to get into a process of where we create ad hocs on each of those major important legislative areas. We have a process by which we do that. We've elevated it here. I think that's ample.
Okay, yeah, I mean, just to clarify, my intent all along was, that's why I put in from time to time, was just that we would do it as necessary. But if the city attorney's office and staff is willing to take that on and bring it to us, and I assume if we see case law and can bring it to you and say, we'd like you to analyze this and tell us what you think, I'm happy to go that way.
I think that works also.
Okay.
So I have a tongue-in-cheek question. So this 1791 thing, does that, so this is based on original intent, right? So does that only apply to muskets that are front loading with black powder, or beyond that?
You know, we have to take that one up with us.
Yeah, you'll look into that for me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I do want to say that even this definition of sensitive areas, I struggle with how narrow it has been defined. And I'll just say that an example is about 20 years ago when I was in Austin area and on business, and I went to lunch with a local who I'll just say was a bit more conservative than me. And we were in his pickup truck, and we went to one of the leading barbecues, giant 400-person barbecue in the area. And he said, we were meeting other people there, and he said, I usually boycott this place. And as we're walking in, I go, okay, I'm looking for the punchline. He said, well, you see the sign. And it's got to leave your firearms at the door. And even in Texas, at a big barbecue, you got to leave your firearms at the door. And then it made me even reflect on, Wild West saloons often required you to leave your firearms at the door. And yet today, that's in doubt. So I'll leave it on that note.
I just want to make sure that your number 5.
We need to
So that-
revise number 5. So could it say something like, direct the city attorney to monitor the evolution of case law, to evaluate, and then it could, and then delete mayor to designate on how council committee to evaluate. Okay. Monitor the evaluation of case law and evaluate legal risks and options. And after options, delete up until the paragraph, the comma.
From delete where?
Yeah, from exactly where your cursor is, just delete up until you get to the comma. So confidentially, right before the, after legal risks and options, leave options and delete confidentially with staff as case law evolves, because they are the staff. And make recommendations to council from time to time regarding that. Does that work?
It does. You'll want to check with your seconder.
Yes. I just want to make sure.
That's fine.
Madam Clerk, in that number 5, direct the city attorney to monitor the evolution, not evaluation. Yes, thank you. Evolution.
I just have a question. For Mountain View, they said city properties, right? So it would be specific to where administrative work is being done, or is it broad that it could include parks and anything that the city owns, anything, any land?
So Mountain View has an existing ordinance on the books banning firearms on city property. It's not in the context of a sensitive place ordinance. And I'd have to pull that back up to see what exactly their definition of city property includes. But to my knowledge, that ordinance has not been challenged in court either.
Okay. And then some cities have put in there the distance, like 1,000 feet from So we don't have it in our language right now, right? So it's like if you're in the location, but how about distance from? Why do we not have a distance in it? Because usually they're not going to be on the property shooting. Well, they might be, but also from a distance. I don't know.
Right. There are some places where there is distance, and you may be recalling that the federal law had 1,000 feet, within 1,000 feet of schools.
Right.
Right, and those are pre-Bruin cases.
Oh, pre-Bruin cases.
Pre-Bruin statutes.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you staff for bringing this forward, and thank you to Councilmember Vinker for sharing your story. I definitely was moved by that. I'll share my own little story as well. So some of you guys know that I grew up in a place not like Palo Alto. I grew up in a place that was pretty rough. I just going to school, you feared for your life sometimes. And at the time when I was little in LA, there was this serial killer called the Night Stalker. He would terrorize LA. Very, very scary guy. A few houses down from my house, he broke into my neighbor's house through the bedroom window and tied up the husband and wife, shot them both in the head, raped the wife in front of the husband, just terrible stuff. And my parents, as you can imagine, were terrorized. I mean, it was really scary stuff. I remember this as a kid. And in fact, my dad put a little storage bench where my sister and I were supposed to hide when people broke into our house because my parents worked at the time. And my dad we couldn't afford bars for the window, so he screwed the window shut, which looking back on it was such a bad idea because what if there was a fire? And but my parents also bought a handgun because they were scared. They were terrorized because we were in a place where, unlike Palo Alto, where the police show up in a timely fashion, they might not show up at all. And so my parents got a handgun because of this, because frankly everyone was terrified. And so this is one of the reasons why I moved to Palo Alto, is because I didn't want to be in a place like that, and I didn't want my kids to grow up in a place like that. So I kind of understand the kind of drive for this, but the thing I also want to kind of understand is because I think a lot of people that are committing these crimes aren't people who went through the screening process of the concealed carry weapon permit, right? I think a lot of people, I don't remember, but I don't think Richard Ramirez bothered to get a permit for the gun. I could be wrong, but I don't know. But I do know that my parents did get a permit for the gun, and they went to training for the gun because they were terrified. I mean, just frankly terrified. And so I looked at the staff report. I didn't see a lot of stats here, right? So how many gun incidents have there been in Palo Alto? Is there any stats on it? I didn't see that in the staff report.
Thank you, council member. We did not do that kind of work to prepare this item.
Because I think Palo Alto is a relatively safe place, which is literally the reason why I moved here, was because I wanted a place where I don't have to worry about walking down the street or someone breaking my house or someone shooting me in the head or something like that, right? And so, because my perception of Palo Alto is that we're a relatively safe community, and I like that actually. I like it where I don't have to, put bars in my window, right? I don't have to think about buying a handgun because someone's gonna break into my house, right? I don't have to teach my kids to hide in a box when people break in. So I like the fact that we're a relatively safe area. And the second thing I think about is, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's a lot of stuff around ghost guns. People print these guns now on the printer, on a 3D printer. And so I think it's increasingly hard. I mean, so my worry about this is it's just, I think the bad guys really don't care that there's a law. There's a concealed carry law. No, the good guys, law-abiding citizens will of course obey all the laws, but I don't think the bad guys are going to really do that. I mean, like we had a shooting at Fleming, right? That was what, 6 months ago? I forgot how long. Like I guess some employee shot at the Fleming. Like, did that person have a gun permit? Did he have a concealed carry weapon? Does anyone know? Do you know? I mean, okay, well, it would have been good to know, right? So like, what I'm wondering about is, I, for one, want to reduce gun violence. I don't think we want that. And first of all, I don't think we have a lot in our city, which is, again, why I live here. But I wonder, for the people that did commit gun violence, do they have a concealed weapon permit? I don't think so. I mean, maybe, I don't know, but I'm asking staff. But I was actually trying to Google it as we were talking now, and I just couldn't find much on it right now. But I thought maybe staff would know what the because if a bunch of people who got these concealed weapon permits are going into public places and shooting a bunch of people, then this probably makes a lot of sense. But if it's like like Richard Ramirez, who's going in and shooting people in the head, I don't think he got a permit for anything, right? I think he just, so I don't know though. I couldn't find the data on it, but that's something I would like to know. And then, the other thing I've been thinking about is, so let's say we pass this law, are we going to start putting metal detectors up everywhere? I mean, I know some high schools in my areas actually did that. They actually start putting metal detectors up. Is that what we're going to start doing? I don't know. I mean, I hope not. I mean, I hope that's not the city I live in.
No, we are not planning to install any detectors like that. Councilmember, I do think it's worth noting that what this ordinance would provide is an enforcement tool, and that would allow really preventative action to avoid the scenarios you've described.
Yeah. So anyways, I guess I was just a little bit, I was hoping that there actually would have been some data in here showing why we need to do this, like it's such an urgent issue. Maybe when I used to live, this would have been maybe something kind of important, but that's assuming that people who are committing all these crimes bother to get a concealed weapon permit, which I don't know if they. Anyways, so that's just some of my concerns. In general, I support the idea. When I first saw it, I thought it was probably not a bad idea, but I'm just trying to think of the practicality of this, right? I mean, are we really going to stop more gun violence? I actually don't think so with this. I don't think that's doing this. I think the problem with the people committing these gun violence are going to buy a stolen gun. They're going to print their own. They're not going to bother to get a concealed weapon permit. So I don't know if this is really helping, but I think what it does do is the people who are law abiding, who do get concealed weapon permits, who maybe happen to be sitting here at city council and whoever is not so law abiding, who didn't get a concealed weapon permit, pulls a gun, makes it tougher for them to be protected, I guess, or to protect. But anyways, I guess I like the spirit of it, and we don't want more mass shootings, and so I like all of that. I just don't think this is very practical. I don't think it's going to actually change anything for us, unfortunately. So that's my major concern with this.
Okay, we have Councilmember Finker.
Yeah, I just want to thank Councilmember Tanaka for his remarks and thoughtfulness and sharing his story. I did want to note that in the ordinance, section 1C, it talks about the gun violence archive and has a website there, and talks about California having experienced 369 mass shootings between 2014 and 2023. It talks about Santa Clara County mass shooting tragedies. We all remember the recent VTA shooting and the shooting at the Gilroy Garlic Festival, the Lehigh Cement Plant, and a number of years ago at ESL in Sunnyvale. A lot of this happens in a variety of places, and we're only going so far as the Supreme Court's letting us. I do think it is effective to every step we can take to limit the number of guns in places where their use could be most tragic can help. We can't, there's going to be people who ignore all laws, whether it's a speeding law and people speed, that doesn't mean we shouldn't have them and set the norms of our expected behavior. So we had the tragedy at the VTA, and my husband works as a victim advocate in the district attorney's office. And after that, they've trained for more mass shootings because they accept as a given, it's not if, it's when. And they weren't trained at the time they had to handle that one. And they're ready now. I hope they're preparing for nothing, but I fear that they're preparing for something. So thank you.
Did you want to speak again?
Oh, yeah, I just had a question from my colleague here. It's great anecdotes you brought up, but can you tell me for those mass shootings that we had, how many of them actually had concealed weapon permits? Because that's what, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but that's what we're banning, right? Is concealed weapon permits. Or am I mistaken on this?
Well, it bans the presence of firearms.
Yeah, but you can only bring a firearm in here if you had a concealed weapon permit, I assume, right?
Presumably, I think you are correct that there are people who will ignore all laws. And this is not a tool to deal with that. This will not stop crime in that way. What this is intended to do is reduce the number of weapons that are present in a place that is decided to be sensitive. And presumably it will be law-abiding people who read and understand and want to comply with the law. And so there are legitimate differences of opinion about whether the carrying of firearms by law-abiding people in sensitive places makes the place safer or less safe. So we may be on two different sides of those issues.
I guess maybe if Councilmember, can you just tell me for the mass shootings that because I didn't follow these things as closely as you did. Can you tell me which, did these individuals have the concealed weapon permits?
I was reading from page 69 of the staff report, which is the draft ordinance. And in that particular place, it does not recite that fact, those facts that you ask about. I was just pointing out that there were facts about the shootings.
Okay, because that's the kind of the key thing I was thinking about is, because if all the people who had mass shootings didn't actually have this, then is this helping or not, right? That's my main point.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, I'd just like to briefly respond to Councilmember Tanaka's questioning and kind of interrogation of people on demanding that they are asking if they have specific references of each of these. There is no gun control measure that is a panacea for our problems. And so trying to insist that we only do something if it solves the totality of a problem is a really specious argument in my view, and one that I hope we won't continue to hear on this dais on this subject.
All right, let's take the votes, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Lipcott-Hames.
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
And Mayor Ku.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I wanted to give a couple updates. First, at the recent BCDC board meeting, we had an update on a very valuable report on the impact of sea level rise, and in particular, how sea level rise will be driving elevations in groundwater, freshwater groundwater in our areas of shallower groundwater, kind of everywhere from certainly downstream of Middlefield and perhaps downstream of Alma. Second, I wanted to just share that there was we had a recent VTA workshop. We had discussions about the future service level, and one of the topics that I've been pushing to have considered of a expanded bus service, the length of the San Antonio corridor, in particular, in response to the development that has occurred there and is on the horizon, and the pending electrification to Caltrain, which we hope will move Caltrain service there and at Cal Ave to 2 trains an hour. And there seems to be progress on this, and we're going to get serious consideration for that bus route in this coming year. And then I wanted to also share that at the recent Caltrain board meeting, we had a extensive discussion about the challenges that Caltrain continues to have with the prime contractor on electrification, and the corrective actions really that Caltrain staff has put in place to try to hold Balfour Beatty's feet to the system. But Caltrain is now actively engaged in oversight of every aspect of Balfour Beatty's contract administration, and they're determined to hit the operational system by September of 2024. I frankly am a bit concerned that our leadership at Caltrain is equating their commitment and determination to make that happen with whether they can control something that is partially beyond their control. So we will see, but it was a very transparent and candid discussion with the board, and there's now, I think, well overdue, but a very effective plan and complete disclosure and transparency to that. And then lastly, we have an upcoming event on Thursday with the Nordic Innovation Center and our colleagues from Linköping, Sweden, on climate initiatives and collaboration. And I didn't see anything on our city website on it. And I hope that we'd not only put it out there, but make sure that we're promoting it with all of our folks who have signed up on their interest in our climate plan. We have an extensive list, and I hope that we'll support the promotion of it. It'll be in the council chambers. Mayor Koo is going to speak at the beginning, and then I'm going to be on a panel later. And it's pretty exciting what Sweden and Linköping, how committed they are and how strongly interested they are in collaboration with us and others in the region. They have really upped their game, and I think we mutually have a lot to work with each other on. Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. I have 2 quick comments. So I guess first comment is just, and they revolve around just kind of like general meeting stuff. So I guess first one is, Now we have a timer here, and I appreciate how the clerk has raised it, so it's a little bit higher. But I think it's just, it's 11:06 now, but I think it'd be good for all of us to just, and I for one also went over time, so I would admit that. But I think when our time's up, we should probably try to respect the clock just so that everyone has a chance to give their insight and we could have a timely meeting. And the second thing I would say is, I see our body as a council is for us to try to make the best decisions for the people. And even though maybe there's perhaps even unanimous opinion on something, I actually think it's important for us to discuss something, especially if it's an action item. And so I don't think that we need to necessarily attack each other because we are trying to argue the other point of view. And nobody here was arguing, so I decided I would do that because I think it's important for us to make better decisions. And so I just want to encourage us to be respectful of each other. There's no need to attack, no need to call specious arguments or whatever. I think we could be all civil and still get the point across and still argue the points. And so I just want to encourage more civility during meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And with that, we're adjourned. Thank you and have a good night.